know when.
Oh, we are good.
We're good to go.
We're good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Welcome back. This is, session 7 of Sea of Sorrows. Last time we, were meeting here, our party, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired. Been a long day at work, going back after 2 weeks. So, our party returned back to the Hag's Lighthouse with Callisti and Shelley, and happened to be able to perform after a long rest. It was much needed after a run against a manor and killing the entire family of people. And they were able to open a gate portal by using an extremely expensive thing that they acquired called refined whitestone, and were able to fight off a lesser Mistwarden, which slapped Elliot around and nearly killed him. And Elliot found out a little bit more about his sword, which has been talking to him. After completing this task and defeating the Mistwarden, with Kyle being a total badass and Elliot a ragdoll, they returned back to the lighthouse, where they've been enjoying, I believe, waffles and chicken and stroop waffles and muffins, and I can't remember what all anymore. Having been told that, they have been told that basically anything beyond this to head out to will require a larger ship due to things that exist within the waters and the mist themselves. Giving suggestion, Ismark and Zandahal have suggested going to the ship graveyard, otherwise known as Gallows Hanging Garden. And the party was trying to determine if they were going to join up with someone that they know or find their own ship. And that's where we begin.
So, back to my original question. Is the alchemist afraid of water, or...?
I mean, maybe. Who are you asking that of?
Callisti.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen him out on the docks, but I don't know if he's ever actually been on a ship before.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything.
I suppose the better question will be if can he swim.
Beats me.
I don't know. Ismark? Zandahal? Any idea? No. Mm-mm.
Actually, Deckham, do you have, like, any swimming features at all in case you get knocked overboard?
Well, we did live in a port town, but, I avoided water at nearly all costs. Mr. K, do I have any buoyancy devices?
She comes around with a mouthful of food, and, you know, holding a plate and a fork. I don't think so.
Fantastic. Turn over to Kyle. No.
Oh, this will end swimmingly. Well, for one of us at least. That's...
No.
That wasn't even on purpose!
There's no way it wasn't.
No, that 100% wasn't. I was just talking out my ass.
What about you, Aura?
What, water?
Yes.
It's fine. I have no complaints.
So about how far is the ship graveyard from here?
Well, like the lighthouse, technically that's a relative distance.
So we just have to think about it and then it'll appear?
it's actually a little bit more complicated than that.
Go on.
Ooh, a blood ritual.
Do we have to
Wow,
open
that
another
actually is correct.
Excuse me, what?
Well, it is a ship graveyard, and the quickest way to get there is to get, well, close to death.
You just see, like,
All of us, or just one?
Ms. Mark leans around. Just one of us. I figured I was probably going to be the one to do it, but, I mean, if any of you are willing to take it over, I'm not going to complain.
I don't suppose my unique nature could help with the situation.
what kind of ship are we looking for? Or what? Let me rephrase this. What kind of ships are even in this graveyard? Are they small dinghies, actual ships?
Well, be honest, everything. Even shit I ain't even know what the hell it is.
That could be good. But,
Or terrible.
well, I'm assuming most of you wouldn't at least know, outside of Deckham, probably a decent sailing ship, if one were. And I don't think Deckham could die, per se, in sense of a blood ritual. Unless she just...
I
spits out
do
blood.
technically have a soul, and if I am decommissioned for long enough, I do not believe Mrs. K will be able to repair me.
Again, would my particular nature be of use to this ritual?
Well, I mean, it's... how do I put this? Ismark, you ever slit your wrists?
No, that's sacrilegious to commit suicide.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's kind of what you gotta do to get there. You gotta let it all drain out as he kind of pulls back and shows his wrists. You can see that there's multiple cuts. Luckily, you keep a potion on hand and somebody nearby for when you get there, but,
No. Weird question. Does one person have to do it, and is only that person allowed audience, or does it allow multiple people?
oh, it's just one person gotta get close. How do I put it? It calls to it and calls us to it.
Then, considering how wounded I am, perhaps I am the most suffice to use.
Do we have enough? Well, the problem is you're the only one that seems to be a hold of healing magic, and you going down wouldn't be great. And if anything...
I have a potion.
I mean, I could always do it, since I have the most, and it might need more. Plus, if something weird happens, at least I have more backup than just a potion.
Well, I believe a stiff breeze could knock Elliot unconscious currently.
I mean, how many of you have actually ever been close to death? I mean, how many of you actually died?
Does it
Deku
qualify
kind of
as-
stops moving.
Elliot also.
We just look at each other.
Yeah, considering at the mansion, the Crawford
Yeah.
mansion, Decker did saw Elliot go. Boom.
I mean, I only ask because, bitch got suck on my neck here for a while, and I went down and then came back. I also forget to mention that you also gotta sing the song. How many of you are gonna be able to sing the song with it? I mean, I'll teach it to you.
Oh my god.
Do not
Well, the
have a performance record.
Deckham, do you have any ability to sing or make music?
Yes, yes, I do.
Actually.
I'm not trained in it, but I have probably the highest score in the posse.
I have a one.
Yes, your mechanical form
my.
could give you. I suppose your mechanical form could give you access to different tones that us organics can't quite
Yes, listen to this, and none of you hear. Actually, no, Kyle, you hear like a dog whistle.
Yep, I hear
That's
it.
Callisti.
Right.
Her eye is twitching.
I don't
I would
hear.
ask you to stop that.
Hmm.
Oh, right, I forgot.
So what is
So I
that
guess
gonna
I can't
look
die and sing at the same time. Damn shame.
I mean, do you actually have blood?
No.
like? Is it possible?
Khaleesi just kind of points, like, the gun finger, like.
Wait, Elliot. Yeah. Do you have blood then, Elliot?
Look at him.
Yeah, but there's also the Dampier part, and I'm not entirely sure how different Dampier function.
Well, I believe his cloak wasn't red before we went out there.
But she knows there's a lot of red stains.
So this is above the table. The only thing I'm worried about, because Elliot's our only healer, so if he kills him, drops toward the edge, that's my worry.
I have a potion.
I know, so do I, but the thing is, like, we could kind of extend it a little bit more depending on how much we need to give.
Except,
It sounds like as soon as he's out, we just
Go in, yeah. I guess we'll have to see.
put it in Jim, bottle down his throat and
Yeah.
call it a day. I mean, obviously, that's very optimistic thinking, but
Yeah,
Deckham
yeah.
is an optimistic person.
I don't suppose
why I was-
they don't mind songs from a choir, would they?
Oh, God. Please, now. Don't want to listen to more choir music. Don't want to...
You do know that I worked in a church in an abbey before, right?
Well, we're singing to the Wellerman.
I suppose so.
If you sing that, I might actually throw you over the ship once we get it.
I'd like to see you try to pick him up, the lady.
She'll probably wait until I'm unconscious and then get assistance from whoever is willing to pay for her.
I'll flip the damn dinghy over.
Wouldn't be that hard. But, boy. Alright, so Deckham's probably gonna learn the song, then... I guess Elliot, since he's already knocking on death's door, might as well just push that over to the edge.
I meant the person getting close to death has singing. So,
Oh! Oh!
Yes.
I mean, it's more of a mumbling at a certain stage, according to Zan. Mm-hmm, that's how you know it's almost there.
Oh, God. Elliot, what's your performance, buddy?
I believe I'm better than two of you, but definitely not better than Deckham.
Oh, put the hand in your shoulder. You'll get there.
I mean, I suck at singing. He really does.
Granted, I suppose if Deckham is a 5, I would be considered a 3.
I can give you lessons.
Oh god.
Wait, you're a bard, also? She's
It
looking
gets-
at you now.
Boring in the shop. When she's working and then the Grand Wizard is doing whatever wizards do at the tops of their towers, I'm left alone with quite some time.
I
Wizard
lived,
things.
I lived for almost 80 years, and I had been working either in the abbeys or churches of St.
Alright.
Cleethcliff, so I have
Time
some
to break
experience
this
in
up.
the...
Out of the four of us, and kind of just knowing the general odds, which of the four of us seems like the... You wouldn't probably have to get it, but just from the information I would have, which of the four of us seems like probably the best suited to sing and die, I guess? From all the information I would possess on me.
Honestly, Any of you except for Deckham because he doesn't have blood. No,
God, I
you
love
don't. No, granted, you don't know. He could. I mean, it could work, but you have no idea.
Yeah, it's going off of the information I have, so I don't know.
And neither do they. They're just looking at like,
Yeah.
never thought about it with a Warforged. But I mean, if Ismark can do it, you're pretty sure just about any you could.
I'll probably have to steer the boat for where we're going, so I guess I can't take my head off the wheel.
I mean,
Well,
Aura
steering's kind of relative with it.
that's true.
and Aura can
It's
handle
more
long
the
range
stopping
combat.
portion that I'm worried about if we don't have Mr. Kyle here.
No, that's what the anger's for.
No.
Yeah, but not when you're running into sheer rock face, which I'm afraid we might.
So is this the metaphor stuck between a rock and a hard place then?
I believe you all should roll some dice and figure this out that way.
Fuck it, I'll roll a d20.
I mean,
I am prepared.
Aura?
Boy.
Oh.
Oh no! So do you like singing, boy?
I'm not singing.
Oh my god, I thought I almost got a 1! That stopped at a 1. Alright, so we're going higher and low is the question.
That was never determined before you started throwing dice at me.
Yeah, I actually take out my snake eyes and just throw a deck of like these metallic dice, not like in an injuring way, but they just kind of clash off him.
Ting ting. Why?
I don't know why we're rolling d20s.
Why? That's a good question.
Yeah, I have no idea. We didn't determine the outcome. We just threw them.
You just threw dice.
She was like,
My D&D brain took over. Not my smart brain. Throw dice at problem, go away.
So now that we've gotten the first rolls out of the way, how do we want to do this? Highest
I
gets
was,
to take the plunge, or lowest?
I was
forced
thinking,
to.
I was thinking of using who can have the highest tune amongst us three. As he looks at Kyle and Aura, if blood is indeed the necessary component, but I still strongly recommend that I be the sacrifice, since Kyle is the steerer and Aura has more versatility with combat in long-range weapons in case we need to start shooting things.
Well, that's
So-
settled then.
So I guess we're rolling performance to see who does better.
No, I think Elliot just volunteered.
Ah.
I was volunteering before.
All right. I mean, you really want to.
Of course, if you want, Ismark, I will not stand in the way of your moment to shine.
Oh no, I just been getting drunk over here, getting rid of.
Ah, blood thinner. That would actually make the blood flow out easier.
I was about to say
Yeah.
the same thing.
Fucking vampires and their weird shit.
Just for
Your
your,
Stizan doll kind of over.
just for your
Really
information,
reminds me of someone. I hope he doesn't go crazy like she did.
since my birth and as far as I've known, I'm not drinking the blood of any living or non-living creature.
What about oil?
What do you drink then? Because I don't think we've talked about that.
Hey, it's normal food.
No, but
In front of you several times.
no, I know that, and vampires can do that, and Dampier can do that all the same. But I'm curious, what does he feed on?
I don't feed, if that's what you're asking.
Waffles
Part
and
of-
chicken.
I suppose that would be the proper
believe he uses a. Don't you use a concoction to keep yourself, or are you not one of those?
I do use a herbal brew, but it is
Oh,
not
okay.
blood.
Why did my mind just immediately went to pot? I hate it.
But again, I do say,
Baked
and
vampire is not hungry vampire.
That
Yeah.
sounds
Apparently.
like the state of what would happen.
but yeah, so Kyle, Elliot is telling the truth. He has not.
Okay.
He has not drank the blood of a mortal creature, or at least he has not fed on.
No, I think she was more so trying to pick like on the fact that you feed on the herbal stuff, because Kyle would at least know that vampires can feed on other things other than blood. She was more so curious on that.
Yeah, he's not aware of that, but he uses, for the insight, you can probably pick up that he uses the herbal and other stuff to mimic blood, but he never drank real blood.
Okay. I can't believe he drinks chloroplasm. Brain just stopped for a second.
I suppose that would be
Alright.
the case.
Alright. I guess just head to the ship. I'll give a rousing speech.
We going now or in the morning?
I thought it. Oh, wait.
Is it not afternoon, since we just used the morning to send Shelley out?
Yes, I was just.
11:23.
God damn it.
That's terrifyingly accurate.
Yes, quite, and
I mean, I have most of my equipment still after that spell, after that quick, terrifying encounter that we had. I'm wondering if everybody else is raring to go.
That should be fine.
I've quite much burnt out the majority of my resources, but I can still keep going.
I have something that might get us at least a little bit more motivated and help with some of the blood loss.
Aren't I not supposed to lose blood?
No, you are, but this will help at least get some more. Kind of like air quotes it.
Oh, the blood thinner. I think Ismark
Yeah.
has already been imbibing in it much enough.
She kind of flashes her hand like you see that violet purple aura. I don't want to. So this is what I'm trying to explain, but like in game.
Ah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk at you for 10 minutes. Then you'll feel
And then
better
you're gonna
about
be-
everything.
Okay.
Then you'll lose less blood. Smile.
I'm just gonna roll that though for now, just in case we run into something before we get to.
Yeah. I'll wait till like the moment to actually like break out the inspiring leader thing, because I do have
That's-
some of the speech once we get there.
Okay. Well, I'm more or less ready, so.
And I'm good to go.
Well, shall we be off?
Callisti, where do we go to access this place?
The water.
Yeah, we get back on the dinghy.
Right. Because picks up his sword.
I mean, the other question is, were you gonna go talk to Vasily first? I mean,
I
Wells
think
Barber's only around the corner.
I think it'd be better if we came at him with the ship before just asking, "Hey, would you like to join our crew?"
Agreed.
That way we don't have to wait. Save some time.
Also, Bell's Harbor might be a bad place for us to go in the current state. Might want to let that place cool down for a little bit.
Yes. as Elliot just closes the door after him.
Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta.
There you go. I'll just walk up to Kay. Probably face still stuffed with food. I will be back for. I have no idea how long this is going to take. Be well. And he's gonna pat her on the head.
Like,
Okay.
These three seem to get in quite the predicaments. And well, can't say much about ourselves now, can we?
Not really. Be careful, Dick.
Always.
Belly's full. Everybody's in. Oh, we in the
Did we
boat.
lose Aura?
I'm here. Hello.
Ah, there you are.
Hello.
It was just Elliot.
Oh, so clearly.
All right. Oh God, gotta get my speech and lungs ready. I haven't done one of these charisma-based things in a while. By that I mean fucking never, because I don't think I put it on Casper.
Nah.
All right, so I'm gonna be quite honest with most of you here. When we first landed, I honestly thought we were probably going to die, get mutilated, probably strung up, hungover, killed, yada yada yada. And she's kind of like just rolling her arm as she's like going through everything. But we made it out. We got people out. We managed to kill something from the mist. I don't even know what the hell it was. And hell, now we're gonna get a ship and things are kind of looking up. And we also might have started a vampire civil war. So, I mean, what's the worst that can happen with this? And then you all get. So it'd be 4 plus my charisma. So, where is it? What's my charisma mod? 1 and 5 temp HP. Ain't much, but it's
Feel
something.
oddly fulfilled.
The speech could use some work, but I suppose I've heard worse back in the Abbeys.
Taco's in his spot of the ship, and all he hears ting 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 as he's clapping.
Oh my God.
I feel so
It's your
moved.
life, man.
So basically, then, like, just for flavor, you guys all see this, like, violet kind of psychic aura just surround all of you then. Alright.
Whoa.
Turn that off.
The powers of a rising speech.
We'll leave it at that. Let me see. Oh yeah. Take off my sneak attack. God, I wish there was a rogue that could weave stuff into the words that wasn't an arcane trickster. But that's too much of a bard thing.
So is that your telepathic thing?
No, that was just me talking. That's my inspiring leader. I just now have a block for it.
Okay. Here. Okay. I got you now.
That's why it's called It's Time to Talk.
I was wondering. At first, I was like, is that the telepath thing?
No, I haven't used the link yet. I need to get like 1 more level, and then I could link with all 3 of us, and then I think it'll be a lot better. It goes off proficiency bonus, sadly.
It is what it is.
Now, let's see. I don't know. I think that would get us copyrighted. So I'm not going to play that.
That's fine.
Alright, so you guys get in the dinghy. Sails out a bit. You watch as the mist kind of begins to come around you. Ismark looks over at all of you. Alright, you want to use your own, or you want to use mine? He pulls out a knife.
Elliot looks at his own particular arsenal. Then looks over to Kyle. I don't suppose you have a spare dagger on you.
Let me look through my stuff.
I have a shovel.
Oh no! We don't want him to get tetanus.
Or, here, Benny just flips out a dagger.
I have a short sword as well, but I don't really use it because as you say that, she's kind of like flipping that same violet energy that's around you.
Right. Because I'm pretty sure Ismark's was well used.
Yeah.
Only killed like 20 people with it. Couple
Okay, we're
vampires.
definitely not using that.
Bitch numbers.
I take
I mean, I guess I should ask. You explicitly allergic to silver?
No.
Oh, well, then this would be fine then.
I just take a look at it.
He kinda flips it around, though.
Is the dagger clean? Is what I should ask.
It's a bone-handled skinning knife. I mean, it's definitely seen wear, but it's clean.
Hmm.
I mean, you've seen him cleaning his fingernails and cutting cheese with it, meat, but
Exactly.
it is a work knife, but it is sharp and it is clean.
I'll just get a cloth. Get the.
Deckham, staring at a clean dagger.
And I just start cleaning the blade even further.
All right then, I'm gonna resheath that.
You bet I got. I don't really. Do explorer
Thank you.
packages generally come with knives? I'm guessing they don't.
Yeah,
Oh, they do?
I consider them to come with it. I expect every adventure to have a like travel knife.
Oh, got it. Everyone has a knife.
You know
Well.
that. I mean, I expect that you have like either a pen knife or something that you use, for cutting meat, for cutting bread, cheese, whatever. It's back in that day. If you didn't have a knife, you were kind of failing at life.
That's
So,
true, I guess.
Yeah.
I assume you have some kind of knife that you could probably stab someone with, but it's not going to do much. It's like a pocket knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elliot's case, in his defense, he mostly just worked with the Abbey, and as the joke of it was, when everyone was talking about the loot and money, he showed an alms box. So, Elliot's excuse that he never had to carry a knife, so you'll use it. Right. What was the song again before I start cutting myself?
All right. I'll sing it with you. Just you'll catch on. So let's see how many people know their music.
Please don't be fucking something cursed, 'cause I'm waiting for it to be.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to sing it. Don't worry, I'll do that in a second. Let me just type this here. What I should do is just get some alcohol into my system to really sing it drunk.
No, please, Miser. I want you sober for this, because it'll be funnier.
Yo ho.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where? I really need to put in some alcohol into my system, but I don't have it. Shoot. Now
You
now
don't
within
have
reach.
to sing. I'm just posting it. I'm
I
not.
know.
I don't expect my players to sing.
I know, but I want to do it. That's why. Because it looks
Yeah,
it looks
alright.
I
interesting.
don't know how it goes.
Actually, you know what? Well, let me roll the performance first to see how much
Just grab
effort
a
I can
song
put
we
in.
all know.
Yeah. Fucking please just be well,
Well,
man.
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna go average. All right,
Average.
here we go. An old man by the seashore at the end of the day gazes the horizon with sea winds in his face. Tempest tossed island, seasons all the same.
Aim.
Anchorage unpainted, and a
Painted.
ship without a name. Sea without a shore for the banished.
Spanish.
One unheard.
Jack, am I
The
thinking
lines
or are they just drunk?
I think this was called the Gregorian chant.
No, I've heard of
Like-
Gregorian chant. That's like Gregory's chant.
Okay.
Come on, let me
Anyway,
finish.
I
Let
need
me
you
finish.
to,
Let me finish
I
it
need
up.
you to roll me.
Oh.
I need you to roll me a Constitution check.
Feeling
Oh.
full of whiskey?
I didn't get the alcohol yet in my system, but
Oh my god.
makes
Oh,
sense.
Okay.
Miser, remember we have an inspiration every session if you want.
No. This isn't one that you need to worry about. It's to tell how long. You start getting through it.
Okay, good.
You get through it about 1.5 times before after you've cut your wrist, as you start. Elliot starts getting pale, for as pale as he can get. At about that same time, you start hearing the sound of a buoy. The bell, that ka-ding, ka-ding. There's a bluish light as the mist begins to part. Ismark kind of trails off. All right, let's see. As soon as we get past the buoy, give him potion.
Alright. Guess I'll just, can I roll just a perception to, like, look if there's, like, anything out in the water? I guess is the best, to make sure there's, like, no rocks or anything.
Well, as it begins to part, the first things you see. Seems like a pretty standard ship graveyard.
As we pass the buoy, I'm just gonna 1d4 plus 1, but
Alright. Are you rolling for me then, buddy, or?
sure.
Let the man who can't roll.
Well, he is applying the potion, so...
Bro.
Fuck
Oh
y'all.
my god.
So... I'm at 5 health, with 5 temporary health. Okay.
Oh, does it not? I guess technically because you're cutting yours, it doesn't take from the temp.
Unless...
Delete the lesser healing potions out of my inventory.
Unless
No,
DM
I'm
has...
assuming because, like, the con save was to basically knock you out anyway, since it was
Yeah.
self-inflicted.
At that point, you hear Zan, Patton. Wait. What'd you give him? As he pulls out a regular potion of healing. I forgot to give them the potion.
Oh,
Ismark turns. Dang it! Do something. God.
You gotta be kidding me.
Well, I was expecting it to be you this time, not. Yeah, it was.
Deku gestures to the potion. That is
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Zandahal hands it over to you. It is a regular potion of healing, so the 2d4 plus.
Better! Deal with your 5 HP, you're not getting this one.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
typing is hard.
Okay, so it's not the 5 HP I'm recovering?
That was
No,
the
it
5.
was the 5.
Okay. That's fine.
Zandahal just replaced it because forgot to hand it over.
Nah,
So-
that goes just faster with the uptake.
So as you guys pass through this, you see ships of all kinds. Kyle, go ahead and roll me, and anybody who's been near docks is welcome to roll me perception.
Give me one sec.
God damn it.
You're just like,
No,
I
that
got
makes
potion.
sense because you didn't want to go near them.
I got a potion.
I got a potion.
That, and you're like looking at Delic going, no, you look really close to death. And by close to death, I mean you were like half a hit point.
Deku looks out. Kyle, I see a major problem with these ships. They're
Go
not
on.
floating well.
Kyle, you're not just seeing, you see ships that some of them one of them you see is, you're like, wait, I've seen that ship before.
Mhm.
And it was something you remember as a kid, young, that
Yeah.
went missing. There are very, very wide different designs and types. Everything from what you assume is elvish to, the extravagant ones, dwarvish. And then you start seeing ones that you're not even sure what they might be because they're made of metal and other things and things that don't look like ships. And then as as you start passing through, you start seeing these giant spires of stone jutting up where there are ships impaled that, at one stage you pass under this broken, rusting husk of a ship that you don't even know who built this thing because the ship dwarfs half of the port towns you've ever been to. This ship could not pull into Bell's Harbor. Just for reference, we're talking like a super tanker.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured was
The
like
Titanic.
high grade Navy, kind of like
The
heavy
Space
cruiser.
Marines have been here.
Shut the fuck up, Jeebus.
Ooh.
I mean, to speak of that, you see ships that you see airships, because you've seen a few Deckham. You see a couple of what were once spelljammers, and you see some things that you're not sure how that's even a ship.
Does that thing look like a weird flying or giant snail?
Yeah, you see giant discs, snails. You actually, meta-wise, you're seeing spaceships of various
Okay.
sizes in different levels of decay, in the water and impaled on these stones, and it is just massive amounts of rot, pieces that are jutting out. It is a graveyard. You don't see anything. Every now and then you hear the caw of something between a raven and a seagull. As you pass farther and farther in, Ismark kind of guiding you. Clearly he's been here. Up until a few times he's like, oh, that's a new one. Nope, move. Left, or port, starboard. Those are terms, right?
Yeah. And she's just kind of like steering through it pretty deftly, since she kind of can notice where a lot of it is,
Yeah.
at least from what she could see.
After a while, you see an island in the fog, and there is a very dilapidated lighthouse on this island that is made of something between aggressive, ocean-washed volcanics, black stones, and obsidian, and what you see is rust and pieces of broken ships, anchors. It's one of those places where you're like, you look at it and you're like, I really don't want to fall here because I think I'm going to, get cut to hell or tetanus.
One of the two.
And you pull up to this dock that is just the most decrepit thing ever. But Ismark, when he steps on it, it seems solid as you pull up to it.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of get the boat kind of locked in as we and just lay down the anchor. When I throw the anchor down, how deep does it go? Or does it seem to get a crunch or anything? I can roll
At the
investigation.
dock,
Yeah.
the dock, you hear it as you kind of let it go, because I know you don't just let it loose, you slowly let it out.
Yeah.
You hear it. It's weird because when it hits, you hear it, doom, and you feel it more than you hear it.
I don't like this place in the slightest, but we need a ship. So, beggars can't be choosers.
Well, I mean, she's probably here somewhere. She's been looking for that damn thing forever.
Who exactly is she?
The one who got us out of it, Barovia.
Should we be worried?
I guess you could call her, I don't know, she probably wants to deuce herself knowing that. Arrogant.
Will she be a problem?
I don't know. How do you feel about necromancers?
No.
Or, I guess, how do you feel about liches that turn back into being living?
What?
What?
Is that possible?
Well, I'll put it this way. Xandal here used a wish to save my arse. She used a wish to save herself. Well, bring herself back to life. Because she also figured out that's one spell she called, what was it, clone? She's like Callisti, except probably a considerable amount more annoying.
So she's not gonna kill us if we just talk to her normally?
Is she of bearable personality that I'm not going to simply smite her on this first encounter?
Please
Then
no.
Hall kind of just, actually, I think you'd probably like her. I mean, she was kind of the closest thing I had to a friend until Ismark, and, well, the other one, Snowy, yeah.
Let's get this over with.
I want someone to roll me a d10, please.
Jeebus, I think I'll get it, because this is kind of my area,
Yeah.
quote-unquote. I got it. 3.
Alrighty. As you guys begin making your way through this shore, which it is easy to get through, this, like, there is kind of a path of crushed glass and stone. I mean, you definitely feel like if you fell, it's going to be miserable. But you wind your way up to this lighthouse to see an individual sitting there in a chair. And probably the first striking thing you see.
Oh my fucking god.
I love him.
I mean, you know, the very striking thing is that he's a tiger wearing a hat and smoking a pipe. The next thing is that his hands are backwards.
Ah,
Ah. Oh no.
Right.
Shut up, Hector. What the fuck? About to get fucking stabbed by a Roxas shot, and man's like, yes, Tony the Tiger.
It's fucking Tony the Tiger.
Jesus Christ.
well,
Anyway,
His name's Graves, by the way. Captain Graves, I think is what he calls himself.
That's so much more menacing now.
A pleasure to meet you, Captain.
It's weird because you could you think his eyes are working, but he just seems to be staring off into nothing.
Captain, are you alright? Oh, sorry.
What brings you to the shit hanging gods? Only the dead show up here.
Well, unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, but we are in need of a ship.
Do you own one of the ships that came here?
Look at Kyle.
With the DM.
Look, said my pants.
I mean,
Like,
you,
the only thing that I think Kyle would have any closeness to this is ships that she knew would go off to the Endless Voyage, which would be comparable to this, but I don't know if she would know that it went here, to speak.
you would need to have title of ownership. But if you own a ship and wish to trade, since I can tell you're not from here,
Do we have anything to trade? Looks at the rest. I mean, we have the dinghy, but I don't know if it'll fetch us an actual usable ship for our needs.
no. Only trade for what is equal. Ship for a ship, crew for a crew.
You said this boat only carries dead people?
Every ship is a ship, and every crew that comes is a crew. Whether alive
I'm
or
following
dead.
right? Give me a week and I'll be back with your crew.
Oh my god.
All right, I didn't know you had money to hire people.
Ismark kind of goes,
No, I was
Yeah.
gonna kill them.
I was kind of looking for, the black-haired one. Far end of the island. He doesn't bother me much, but he keeps asking questions that I can't answer.
What kind of questions are those? She kind of looks at him, being a bit of a smartass.
She looks for a ship that was lost here. But I have a lot of ships to look after. Unless she knows its name, I can't tell her where it is.
Fantastic.
Because that's
Take 'em,
how I
please.
keep the log.
So what you're telling me is we're looking for a ship with no name, and it's probably near a black cherry tree.
No, she looks for a ship. Says she needs a part. I will trade her a part for a part. if she knows it.
Alright, I guess we're going over to the far end of the island. Kyle just starts walking.
He just kind of sits there and keeps watching into the distance.
That guy was a bit weird.
I am trying so hard not to use my divine sense. I think I'm gonna get overwhelmed.
Did Callisti explain to you about that, not everything in the domain is normal?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're, what did she call it, a function?
Yes, his hands were backwards.
Oh,
So
that's
we had
Rakshasa? Rashko?
Also, he had a.
Rakshasa.
Also, he had a. Jeez. Also, he had a tiny, funny hat, so I don't know if that was pretty normal for his kind.
It wasn't
I
normal.
the only other ones I met was, what's his name? The carnival, and
Donda.
yeah, there's Rakshasa. I'm not gonna lie, as far as the only, 3 I've ever met, I like him because he ain't the one trying to kill me or buy my soul or some shit.
Are they generally at least normal traders? Would they honor a deal if we were to?
My understanding is they're devils.
Grabs Elliot by the shoulder as he's turning around.
Same,
Yeah.
actually.
That's why Elliot is trying very hard not to use his divine sense because he suspects what he is, but it's the mission comes first.
Thank you, Elliot.
Do not thank me yet. I might snap. So be sure to be ready
Please
to
don't
hold me
beat
down.
him. I don't want to die in a place that's already dead.
Elliot, your insides are already near your outsides.
Indeed. Which is why it might be easier to restrain me if I were to lose control on that.
I don't have the sleep spell, so it will be a shovel to the head.
That would be a fine alternative at that point.
I could always do a bullet to the kneecap, too.
I would like to at least have my limbs working.
Yes, a concussion is quite a bit better than a missing kneecap. Also, you don't have a gun.
Pulls
He
out
does.
pulls out the the double-barrel Derringer that she got from
Oh, you do have a gun. I forgot.
Sam.
So, as you guys cross around a few little hills and some parts of ships, masthead here, deck here, there. You come around, and of course, as you guys are still talking, if you were trying to sneak up on anyone, you're going to bloody well fail.
Oh God.
We were not looking to sneak up on people, and who are...
God
Oh,
damn it.
so, who are we addressing?
She smiles as she turns around. Captain Sindra Gallows. Oh, he's Mark. Zan. It's been a while. Hey, they found my eyes.
Hello.
Kyle kind of waves.
The ones Callisti was talking about. How is that cat doing?
Quite well, actually.
Yeah, we
Let's
only just...
see. Deco. Aura. That one's not hard to forget. Ellie, right?
Elliot is fine.
Right. And Kyle.
Yeah?
Hey, did you run a map?
Sorry, what?
What?
Nothing?
No, you're thinking of Kyle.
Yes. That's 6%.
No. Never mind, I'm not even gonna get into this.
You watch as a skeletal cat kind of comes around on her shoulder and is looking at all of you with these 2 little spots of purple in its eyes.
I suspect you're the one that the Captain Graves was saying looking for parts or something in the matter.
Yes, did the cat explain the plan? Because we're not
No,
really...
she's terrible at that.
Not in any
Wow.
details that will be quickly executed.
All we know is that were recommended here to come for a ship, and hopefully we could leave one with most of us intact.
Basically that.
Well. I mean, did you able to trade build Rakshasa for one or not?
No.
No.
Well, it does seem that Callisti was right in maintaining friendship with me. Well, business relationship. Friendship seems a little bit more than that. Well, where are we headed? Considering I'm not having any luck here other than we did find a name. Just have to figure out where Paradox is.
Paradox?
Paradox.
What the
Ah.
hell's a
Which is easily
paradox?
compared with Paradox, because apparently that's how it works as a domain.
So this part you're looking for.
Oh, yes. Let's see, there is a specific ship. Gnomish... what do they call it? Spelljammer? Spaceship? No, it's not a full one. Needless to say, it had a very experimental arcane energy drive. Tapped into an elemental plane of energy. The point where all four elements seem to collide. So, figure that's probably the best bet if we're going to convert, well... if we're going to convert the Devil's Joke into a Spelljammer and get the hell out of here. Plus, we also needed to run the gate spell, because we're going to just try and literally tear our way through everything.
Sounds like fun.
Sounds like
Well,
night
if people either be
time.
fun or we'll collapse the entire universe itself. But
Yeah.
better than being stuck here for 3,000 years. Trust me, you don't want that.
Should you call this ship of yours the Devil's Joke or the Devil's Gambit at this point?
Well, I guess I'll leave that up to you. As she turns and you watch as she kind of snaps her fingers, and you see a wisp of energy shoot out from it and plunge into the dark water. It's Siege. Okay? They'll be here any moment, and everyone roll me a perception.
Die. 16, that's not bad.
18.
Finally, Jeebus.
Ara?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, we hear
Oh,
you.
perception.
No, sorry. I can't hear much.
Ah.
Alright, you all about the same time notice this pipe that's bent at the top, just kind of sticking out of the water as the water begins to roll. And within a few moments in a wave, you see what looks like a giant metal, possibly boat that's enclosed. Painted metal, large bones of, I don't know, Kyle, you might be able to, you can roll me like a nature or, I don't know, something like that. I don't know, what do you think for something that would be a sea creature?
That'd
In fact,
probably
any
be
of you
nature.
can probably roll.
Yeah. That'd probably be a nature, or... Yeah, I'll probably just go nature. Yeah, I didn't really study the sea life. It was more above water, not below.
Either way, whatever these bones are, they are massive, predatory, and you guys think they might be draconic, but you're not sure because you've never seen a dragon like that that are wrapped or built into this ship. And just for reference, you're looking at a U-boat with bones on it.
Jesus Christ.
Impressive.
Yeah, found this one. Hope y'all aren't claustrophobic.
Well, so long as I don't need to worry about breath, I should be fine.
So is there anywhere in Pacific you're going? I heard you're after that bastard Margulis.
Yes.
Though we did want to at least make a stop and grab a... Maybe look for someone over at the dock near, God, my brain's escaping me. Bell's Harbor?
Oh, anyone in particular?
The Alchemist?
She just smiles before it just like stares at you with this like shit-eating grin for a moment. Ew. Did you? First of all, I wouldn't let that piece of shit on my ship over my dead body. I would literally come back as a revenant and kill him before he ever steps foot on my ship. And second of all, he's afraid of water.
Huh. I suppose that would explain a lot of differences between him and I then.
He is a vampire. Well, was. Now it's just a phobia, which I think is hilarious. Granted, I was born on a ship, lived on a ship. Can count the number of times I've been on land. On my hand. One hand.
Right. I'll look at the others. So any particular places where you're supposed to head to? Besides this destination?
We were supposed to, if I remember correctly, take out a few of Margulius's encampments along the shoreline, just to knock some of them out.
We could do that, and also, looks at Elliot, we do need to head towards the Abbey of Ezra on the island of Cicero, no?
That was an option, but considering you've helped me in my selfish request to save the child and get her out of this realm, I think it's more of an obligation on my end to at least help you three in some more capacity.
Well, it's mainly done back to those two. You helped me with my mission already.
Then again,
I'm
it
fine.
does...
Sorry, go ahead.
It just adds, then again, it does seem like our remaining other two have the harsher of tasks.
I mean, what, we're only going to be taking out multiple Dark Lords to get to a worse Dark Lord, so... It's a slow burn, I guess.
I thought we were just taking out some grunts. I did not expect we'd be fighting more...
No, Callisti told us they were all individually Dark Lord.
Oh, Margulius's underlings? No, they're not Dark Lords, but they are pains in the ass.
Oh, never mind then. It shouldn't be too bad.
Just say Virgil. God, I would love to shoot him again.
I think we had already shot him before.
Right.
I'll go over to Aura.
The ugly one, radish features, probably took a knife or a bullet like it was nothing.
I'll go over to Aura.
Literally shot him with a cannon.
Oh,
Huh. I can see why a bullet or a sword didn't work on him.
Yeah, he's apparently some kind of lycanthropy.
Silver.
Good. Kyle just kind of flashes her arm with like that purple violet aura, and I don't have to worry about punching the shit out of him with this.
A silver cannonball.
Yes, I actually had a few made. We did not shoot him with one of those, though. We actually shot him with a... what did we call that? Cutter? The one where you put the ball, you have the two balls with the chains in it, and yeah, it's just
Grape
taking
shot?
out paths. No,
Okay.
grape shot is a shotgun thing. Multiple little tiny ones.
Okay. I know what you're talking about, though. My brain's actually being really dumb.
It's for
You're
cutting
talking about,
math.
like, the-
It's literally two cannonballs with a chain.
Oh yeah, with the chain. Yeah. I know exactly what you're referring to. I just don't remember the name of it.
Yeah. Me either.
Let's see.
Right, so if I'm not mistaken,
Oh, it's literally just called chain shot.
let me check. Yeah, she pulls out a scroll case, pulls out a thing or a map. Oh, yes, it would appear that. Did you say Isle of Cicero?
Yes, that was one
Oh.
of the destinations.
Oh, bloody lucky there. That's actually. Oh, you're talking. Oh, right. My brain today, I swear.
It happens. To the
We would
best
actually
of
have to make a
us.
stop there.
For
It is
what?
one of the very few ports that does not care about anything we do because we haven't caused them any problem. In fact, we actually brought them a shipment not long ago. But, according to the map, that actually puts us at the inlet to the river that will take us to Peridon.
Alright.
This paradigm
mean-
seems to catch my attention a bit. Any of you? You might be able to get some clues, or I suppose the term would be additional firepower.
I mean, they definitely have firepower. If they'll sell it to you.
Do they normally not sell it to people? Or is it just,
The chief, constable, police officer, guard, whatever they call them. She's kind of a pain, and, well, during normal days, she, likes to keep it to where only the police and military have weaponry.
how good a place I could at least fit in? Because she doesn't seem to be brandishing any weapons.
Oh, I mean, don't worry about that. A lot of people don't, or do anyway.
Oh, so it's like one of those, oh, there's a law, but we'll just ignore it unless someone beats us up in an alley kind of thing?
Well, considering, well, what was the story? Which still is kind of an interesting concept that it's still here, but 14 years ago, they had a problem with, or, well, I guess it was longer than 14. Yeah, 21 years ago, they were having a problem with someone called Jack.
God damn it.
Every seven.
Jack.
Well, that's what they called him. He was some kind of crazy killer that would come every 7 years for 7 nights and some BS, and the whole town would go crazy. And
Should we be worried about that?
If the timing is around the same, then I suppose we would be arriving coincidentally upon this serial killer's ritualistic killing, from the sound of it.
as I said, used to have a problem.
Ah,
Now it just seems to be a domain, so dealing with all the horrible fun that we get in this place.
well,
As you watch as a small, like, rowboat is being pulled out.
I guess it's Mark and Xander leaving us behind, huh?
Well, no, they're standing there behind you. The rowboat is
is it to the U-boat, basically?
from the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you
Okay.
see everybody else a familiar face again. Oh.
God damn it. I hate it.
Hello.
But though you guys can roll me a perception from here.
He ain't gonna bother.
Well,
I should have taken your advice and not bothered.
And
know-
2 tonight, boys. Roll.
Ah, fine, I'll roll it just to see if we get another nat one.
please. Oh my! I thought you rolled it again, my turn. You got another.
What is
Thanks,
this?
roll 20. Thank you for rolling plot for us, roll 20.
Two
It
different
makes
types
sense
of people.
It makes sense that the
Humanity
literal.
and Jeebus.
Deckham and Aura, you are, infatuated with this strange elf before you, and her
No, I'm not.
widely more animated actions, but, okay, then you're not, but who cares?
Oh my god, what is this?
Kyle
Dude,
and
necromancer,
Elliot,
hell
What's up?
behind the woman on the rowboat, is another person rowing. They seem to be missing a lot of skin and muscle.
no. Yeah, no, that's what he's occupied on. He's like, these guys are so malnourished. Oh my god.
I see.
They come from our world?
Is this gonna be a whole? To think that I'd be dealing with a necromancer pirate captain after all the years of kicking one out the docks from before, makes me so happy to be working together. Kyle just kind of rolls her eyes.
It's just part of the objective, as long as we can
No.
get things done.
What do you got, port security or something?
No, she kept wanting to take most of the people from the docks, kill them, and then recruit them into her little band of pirates. Not necessarily great.
Well, you can rest assured that every single member of my crew is here before death, and they chose to stay after. I have never taken someone against their will.
God damn it.
I'm actually gonna insist on that too.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Fuck it, I'll burn my inspiration actually for that. 'Cause- God
Consider-
damn it!
Decker's
going
just sitting
to-
there.
I'm going to actually just allow it to be rolled at an advantage. So,
Okay. Okay.
because
Yeah.
as you're watching her, when she says that, like, you see that there is no question about it in her mind. You would get this impression that that doing anything against someone's will, as far as like enslavement or something, is something she has killed people for.
Okay.
Like it is your deep-rooted thing against vampires. Hers is against slavers.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
meta-wise,
so
you
it
guys
kinda
know
like-
that shit, but character-wise,
Yeah. So basically, I would get like that same kind of twinge that I would get from vampire kind of feeling from her when I mention it, more or less.
oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she is being solidly genuine. And as the boat approaches, you realize that, you've been, some of you have probably been around skeletons or other undead.
Yes.
This one is not moving like that. This one's moving like he's still alive. He's a lot more animated for a skeleton. I mean, he's wearing clothes.
Huh.
And they seem, the clothes are, like, well kept. It's not like, they're rags falling off. He's clearly taken pride. And, the thing that you'll notice, too, is now as the clothes are, like, one whole half of the skull has been, like, fully detailed in scrimshaw, like, tattoo kind of style, just very detailed. Professional level. Someone has spent some time, making sure it's clean, clear, and just, the best. Well, I welcome you on board if you want to come with. Otherwise, good luck getting there with the dinghy.
So, how big is this rowboat? Is it like big enough for all of us?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just hop on.
Well, I'll get the other two. I suppose this will be the next step of our journey. And Elliot will step onto the rowboat.
After you, Sir Aura.
Please tell me when Deckham gets in, it does like that thing where it shifts in the water from like a heavy person just fucking getting on the boat.
Yeah.
Alright. All three of you on that side, and I'll stand over here.
Understood.
Actually, if you would have gone more to the center, sir.
Hmm.
The skeleton says. There's the other one. So these are the ones the Illusti was talking about. Yep, these are the ones who are going to get us out of here.
Hello.
Let us
We
hope
seem
we
to
can
have
at
a
least-
knack, apparently, for getting people out of this place.
Well, it happens to be that we're... Well,
Hopefully we live up to that expectation.
she's what you would call a Dark Lord and a Dark Power of her own. She is the one that was on the rowboat, comes up. I'm First Mate Amana.
Hmm.
And
Good to
this
meet
is
you,
Giles.
Good to meet you, Armana and Giles. I am Deckham.
Just
Kyle.
give a slight
Oh,
nod.
I have to ask, Captain, are you sure about bringing the bloodsucker? And I mean, granted, not too many of us have blood, but
This bloodsucker, as Elliot kind of says with a slight irritation.
he
Has a
watches
name.
like these two, and it's kind of an off green colored eyes turn and look at you. I meant no offense, it's just, you know, pointy
Yeah.
teeth and all. Actually, that
Right.
one doesn't like him, but I guess if he's with you, as he looks at his mark,
Right.
ain't too bad. He's
Elliot Ptolemy. And for your information, I am a Dampier. That being said, I have not fed on anyone since my, well, birth, so...
not gonna lie. You look really well fed for someone who ain't been feeding.
I
Last time
find
I saw
suitable
Delphine, I hadn't fed. He
substances.
looked like a fucking twig.
Herbal
Because they begin
substitutions
growing
can
back.
work.
Oh, you wanted those kind that needs the... Oh, you get the... Yeah, we took a package of that to someone once.
Hmm.
Shit stinks like ass. Granted, I ain't got a nose, so I don't know. Giles, would you please... I'm just trying to make company, ma'am.
It's fine. If he's curious enough to ask such questions, and it shows he still has his will.
So why is your boat so flat on the top? It looks weird.
Because it goes underwater.
What?
Interesting.
Weirdly, you would think that it would be better to have an airship or something, but honestly, I find the things under the water are less terrifying than the things above. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, the ones underneath can eat the whole thing in one gulp, but, they tend to be really against when you have something that has its own bones.
Ah, that explains the
never
bones.
guessed. Yep, that one tried to eat my last ship. And Kyle, you being a sailor, you realize this thing probably from the size of the jaws you get close, probably could have cut a decent schooner in half.
Okay. Huh. So is this meant for ramming then, as she's kind of looking at the jaws?
Oh, it's entirely for intimidation.
Oh, then why the hell is that so fucking sharp?
Oh, to cut through the water.
Again, I'm usually used to...
No, underwater, it's like a bow ship. You go, but it's like a knife. It goes faster if you go with the pointy end forward.
Do apologize, I'm more used to piloting ships above, not below. So, this is a bit of a new experience, so don't mind me
Oh,
picking.
trust me, the learning curve was insane. Luckily, half the crew doesn't breathe, so...
Interesting that
Well-
water needs to be cut. You learn
I'm
something new.
sad that fucking Kyle doesn't have a proficiency in water vehicles. Somehow.
She wasn't the navigator, she was just the captain.
True.
So, you are a pirate as well, huh? Or just another sailor?
I was a captain, at least for a little bit.
I know that feeling. When I ended up in Barovia, I was a captain of nothing, except for the god. I never signed the paperwork. Yes, you did. I wasn't awake.
Just a normal smuggler captain, ran things to and fro, took from a lot of the rich stuff, gave to everyone I could on the docks, providing the best I could here and there. Met a few adventures in my travel. There was this weird possum that kept trying to sell me some shit. Didn't really deal with that too much.
The more I keep hearing about your world, Kyle, the more curious I am about these strange things.
Oh, trust me.
What is that?
You probably don't know about it. It's Hollow's Fog. It's a bit outside the Forgotten Realms.
Oh, right. That's the place.
But either way, it's been a while since I took up the metaphorical captain's hat. And kind of thought I'd get away for a bit.
Wait, do you know Johnny?
Who the fuck is Johnny?
Oh, he's about yay tall and yay wide. I think they call him a raccoon? He was from Hollow Swamp.
I'm not putting that in there. I hope you fucking know that.
You wore a quote-unquote cowboy hat?
I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm just gonna ignore that for the time being.
Said he was the law of the Maya. Such a weird accent. I am the law.
Anyway, I was just looking onward.
You're welcome, Mariner.
Fuck off. I'm trying to avoid, like, I'll make, like, small things, but I'm trying to avoid a lot of that, because I still want it to be self-contained.
I know, I'm messing with you. Alright. So you guys get on.
And here I thought surviving
down.
Warduke's raids was going to be difficult.
Alright. So yeah, you guys get on the ship. Is there anything else you guys wanted to earn the boat and go down? And it is tight. It is cramped. It is definitely a World War II submarine by meta standards.
Jesus Christ.
We're
We're gonna die in this fucking paste
Except-
tube.
Except for the thing you do notice is a lot of stuff that, you know, like we would know. There's no radios.
Yeah, no radar dishes, that kind of stuff. Or, not radar,
So
sonar.
like, you know, like no ham radios or shortwaves. That kind of stuff has
Yeah.
been removed. There's a lot of stuff that's been removed and replaced by arcane replacements.
Elliot
So
is
how
gonna.
cramped are we talking? Because I actually don't know, like, the general makeup of a U-boat. Just for my general knowledge.
A lot of the
That's-
hallways, it's very like a lot of the hallways. It would be tough. For you, it's okay. It's easy to get past other people, but you know, Deckham and Elliot like face to face, kind of have to squeeze past each other if they're going to run opposite directions in hallways.
I mean, I'll just literally climb the walls and walk over them.
Yeah, the bedding arrangements and stuff are pulled out of the walls, and
Okay.
you know, you got just if you're any kind of restlessness, you know, legs and arms are gonna fall out of them, and
That's fine. This wouldn't be the first time. The only difference, I guess, would be undersea versus top of sea.
and yeah, the one of the big things is the pressure changes as you feel it go. You know, there's alarms and things that you know for diving, and you feel like pressurization that you've probably never. The difference would be like when you left on the Spelljammer, there was like a loss of pressure for a bit,
Yeah.
and this is like the opposite. So it's very like disconcerting. Plus, there's no windows.
Yeah.
It's so whatever rolls you guys want to roll on that, because it's considerably different from what you guys are used to.
I guess that was my con save to see if it'd be kind of used to like the general body changing pressure. At least that's what I got.
Yeah, you don't notice it as much with your shifter body, but it's just kind of like, oh, that's weird. I don't know why it feels heavier in here.
Yeah, like I could like the shifting of the fluid in my ears just kind of feels like all right then.
Just wondering
Definitely
if this
different.
has any change of it, in case, since Ellie's going to ask when looking inside. I don't suppose a lot of you need to breathe.
Oh, I do.
Don't worry, there's a system that maintains air for those of you who do, like myself.
I see.
Besides, some of the crew doesn't. As you get down in there, like, you start looking. There are... I don't know, how well does Elliot know his undead?
He smashed quite a bit of skeletons and zombies before. The only ones that he never dealt with or kept away from were the more stronger undead, like the whites or,
But is he aware of them?
Yes, he's aware of them. Especially part of St. Cuthbert's
see
religion.
things that you're pretty much are like, okay, that's a white, and that's a right.
Yeah.
Or wraith. That, you're looking at one that's, living shadow kind of thing sitting there floating, and you think it's trying to sit in a chair, but you're not sure because it doesn't have legs. You see what probably some kind of white, higher undead. As you're kind of showing around the ship by Amarna, you get to like the galley, where you see, this gray screen creature that you very quickly realize is some kind of ghoul.
I guess I'll be running into a couple of ghasts eventually, too.
Oh yeah, there's two of them in there.
Oh, dear God.
The other thing Elliot says, I wouldn't imagine going into a ship full of undead and actually riding along with them a year or two back.
Amarna looks, to be quite honest, I don't think any of us ever imagined this would be where we were in our lives. But, it works, and the domains of dread do tend to change one's outlook on many things.
So I've been understanding. Hopefully my faith keeps me true to my own path.
I hope it does. It's what we outsiders usually tend to have, is faith in something. All of us. She kind of motions to, you're in the galley, which is more open. There's definitely room to sit around tables.
Well,
she motions. All of us have faith in our captain.
Well, that's good then. Considering I see that they're more animated, or I suppose one could say alive, than shambling. Faith is something of a potent power. Whether it's for
there are some
oneself
mindless
or...
ones down below, but that's because they're easier for... Well, let's put it this way. If you've ever loaded a torpedo, there could be accidents.
I don't know what this torpedo thing is, or what sort of ship this is quite well, but...
Well,
as it stands...
You could ask the captain about it, but I remember they were called Nazis? Nanzis? Bunch of assholes.
Elliot just shrugs. I will not pester for details that I will probably not be using or truly learn or appreciate its knowledge. That being said, if there is need of, I guess, extra arms or help on this ship while we are aboard of it, I am willing to help. At least not to die of boredom. God forbid. Of St. Cuthbert.
Well, as soon as we're out of the graveyard, should be... Let's see, she said we're headed towards Cicero. That should only be about a day's travel from here. Hopefully we don't run into any Leviathans.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, yes. They not... oh, I guess you probably didn't ask or told. Yeah, the, creatures out here, they tend to get very big. And that's not counting the ink.
Place is always just a bundle of joy, ain't it?
Well, you get too deep, you find the ink. That's in any body of water in the domains.
So bad about the ink.
Marna kind of smirks. My understanding is if you sink that far into the water, it just pulls you deeper. And once you pass the ink, well, you have a tendency to come back. And not in a good way.
Alright then.
I had a story about someone they dropped in the ink in Barovia. You see, I wasn't actually never spent time in Barovia. We were searching for her when she got pulled in to the domains. And eventually she was able to get message out. We were able to get back in. We kind of met in the middle and, well, where the captain goes, we go. But she said they did throw someone in a lake who sank. Came back 3 days later as some kind of goopy revenant.
Guess I probably wouldn't have seen that, so I wouldn't even know what that would look like.
She's like making a hand motion of like someone dripping with something.
Yeah.
Some kind of black ichor on him and undead, bent on revenge and stupid. And needless to say, I mean, it wasn't the first revenant they ran into, so I mean, she tricked him into a metal coffin and then buried him under the dirt. Can't die? Well, can't live, but wasn't destroyed, so forever stuck. Granted, she had already been in the domains for... You hear a voice of Syndra. Oh, close to 1,300 years.
Has everyone we meet just been here for freaking ever?
No.
Except...
Well, not everyone. Xanderhall's only been here for 10? Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad then, I guess.
I mean, it would have been 10 years ago that I would have arrived in the domains. However, if you really want to hear the story, I can tell you. Really not that long.
Yeah, we have a time, so why not? Also, I thought time here was generally relative. From what?
Exactly. That is, did Callisti tell you about the Vistani?
Did she? I actually no.
She
They
mentioned
had
the
time-
Vistani for in passing,
yeah,
but
she-
not really.
But
Yeah. She,
What happened?
Sorry, go ahead.
about creatures that can traverse the mists, natives, as she called it.
Yes, they're a... Oh, I don't know. Do you have, it. Do you have a group of people who travel from place to place, very tight-knit family, tend to be very artistic and colorful,
The
have a
Romani?
bad reputation for ripping everybody off sometimes, or killing people, or kidnapping, or
Well,
what have you?
not at that degree, but...
And I don't mean bandits. I mean, like, you know, in a general thing, you run into them, and they're very nice people, and they're very welcoming and heartfelt, but somehow they're still assholes.
Scratching about all of that except for the night tight-knit groups. Yes.
Yes. Same here from Blackmore. But
I really haven't
scratch
ran
out
into
the
Carnival folk. Do you have carnivals where you are? Circuses?
Not really.
to a degree.
Yes, the kind of folk that travel like that, I guess is the easiest way to put it.
No.
And where are you from? As she looks at Aura.
Very far away land, that's all. It's
I'm pretty
dust
sure we're
now.
all from very far away land. I mean, she's from Hollowswalk.
At your concern.
From my understanding, it is a rough sort of place to grow up in, or survive, simply.
You got the chance to grow up in it.
Oh, one of the dead worlds?
I cannot say for him, but I know for my particular home world, as you are all indicating it that way, it is the world of Greyhawk.
I've heard about that one.
I don't
Not too
suppose.
different from Faerun. Or Toriel, I guess is the way full planet's name.
I
You know,
would
everybody
not
acts
know.
like Faerun was the friggin' heart of it.
I would not
I
know,
personally like Shadow.
but considering that,
Oh, is it? Oh, right. That's where I've heard of Greyhawk. Aslan came from there.
now, upon saying that name, and because Ellie did do his history check, he knows who Aslan is, because Aslan is from literally not that far from where he lives. Just makes a nice, grimace. Yes. So I've heard that a certain number of individuals from my homeworld have made it here, to some degree.
There's a number of individuals from every world, from my understanding, but Aslan, now that... I almost want to ask you more about him, but I actually know a considerable amount.
Chances are what you may know is more detail than my own. The information I have regarding Aslan is mostly up to the point where he disappeared.
Oh, right, when he was pulled into Barovia.
Yes, he never
Yes.
came back, from my understanding.
Yes, he ended up with Strahd and taught Strahd a whole bunch of necromancy. Then started finding out that he couldn't memorize or discover or learn new spells. He could put them in a spell book, but he couldn't do shit with them.
So I've heard. Not that it really was concerning anymore, since we still had other warlords, tyrants, and other particular powerful individuals to worry about. One less was
I heard he
just...
was a pretty measly bitch on your world.
Depends on the perspective of it. The fact that he had an empire was more than enough of a problem. But that was almost a millennia ago. Current problem causer right now, I believe, is a man, at least I believe is a man by the name of Warduke.
Nope, haven't heard anything about that. But anyway, getting back to the subject. You see, when I was in Barovia, I made a deal with a dark power that gave me an ability, and I became a lich, like Aslan. The difference is my dark power was so desperate figured out itself that it forgot to actually place anything on me to inhibit. And well, Strahd and his dark power, well, they don't like competition, so they thought they'd kick me out of the entire domains of dread. Well, find out they really couldn't. So the deal was broken. I'm very much a person of deals. Just ask our accountant. But nonetheless, that was, ended up out here. And then I spent, well, 1,300 years trying to get back, passing through different worlds. Of course, I was a lich the whole time until, geez, I was 20.
Are you done? It's been so quiet.
I'm sorry. I'm trying.
No, I mean, this is just in Deckham's part, so Deckham. So currently, Deckham is just going around this ship, introducing himself to all the skeletons. Like, that's. You guys are having this conversation. Deckham's nowhere to be found, but you can hear him down the hallway. Hello!
You know, I kind of wish we could turn that off occasionally.
I like him.
Why? He's actually being courteous. I'd be more worried if he wasn't.
Remembers when he was fighting. Flashback.
Well, anyway, passing back and forth through different areas with the Vistani. As I said, time is relative. Sometimes you'd end up there, sometimes you'd end up in the past and have to wait for another gateway to open. Being non-Vistani, the effects took their toll. So, entirely the reason I was able to rip open everything and get them out of there. Because I'm not going to lie, I spent 1,300 years with a vengeance and a grudge about getting back to Barovia and kicking Strahd's ass.
I would just be content on getting out of here.
Me too. Which is where everything comes in. We're going to make this thing fly.
Hello!
At that point, I think Deckham can probably lend some expertise, or even Kyle, since...
I don't do airships. I've seen a few around, not my expertise. Maybe Lady K might know something. Please don't.
She's a mistress!
Still calling her lady.
I believe lady is a far better term than mistress. It sounds like she's being owned by somebody, or...
You know,
Or widows.
with titles. No, I'm coming over there.
Yes, you can enlighten me about the titles, Deckham, since I am admittedly ignorant on that particular terms.
Mistress K was born with no title to her name, but she worked hard to gain that proprietary status that she has currently.
I see.
Killed my entire family for mine.
Then, should we address you as captain or lady?
I actually like this person. Kyle kind of walked up to Syndra.
Yep, I killed my entire paternal family. Well, except for the two cousins. I had to keep them around as figureheads. Mostly because they were required as, quote-unquote, what is that? Hostages? I can't remember what the political term is.
prisoners.
Exactly, yes. Because the Duchess kept them so that I could have mine. Granted, she didn't give a rat's ass when she realized that I was just going to be a gone privateering the whole time under a letter of marque that I gave myself.
So what did your family do to you, I guess?
My mother was a drow warlord who was taken prisoner, beaten, raped, kept in a cell the size of a small crate, until I was born, and then they put her in a slightly larger cell, and then continued to do that until I was 14. And I killed my father, who was the captain of the ship of slavers who took her. And then, out of curiosity, I thought I'd go see the rest of my family in Crestfallen, and found out it was a family thing. So I murdered them all and made it look like a horrible, horrible fire took over. And the only reason I'm telling you this entirely is because nobody's going to care.
No.
No.
Everybody back in my homeworld thinks it was a horrible accident and I was the lucky long-lost daughter that survived. What a load of shit.
You have my
can-
condolences, Miss Syndra.
I can at least
for you
relate
having
to
to go
that
through that.
in a weird kind of way. Kyle just kind of looked.
Explains his cause.
Yeah. Was sold to a vampire so my family could have prestige. Became a toy to them. Let's just say that much. Wasn't great.
I see
Marta
why
kinda steps
you
up.
have my...
Oh, good.
Nah, Elliot just kind of steps in and just simply adds, I see why you have your perception about me then.
When people start seeing your body as nothing more than a sack of meat and something to play with, you don't exactly forgive them easily. She's not saying this, just so you know, she's not trying to say this with hostility. It's just like, this is kind of resurfacing some stuff you didn't want to talk about, but since we're in here, I've got some time.
Kyle, you feel a hand on your shoulder as you see Amarna kind of steps up. I know the feeling. And if you ever want to know, everybody else on this crew probably did at one time or another. Except for, well... Oh, no,
Wait,
he's
Jenkins?
dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jenkins? Not you!
No, Arky, he's dead. I'll miss him. Granted, he was a shit of a monkey.
It's alright. Well,
I
hopefully...
want him in poker, and you can just accept it. He was a great companion. He literally threw shit at everyone. I
Sounds
didn't
like an-
say he didn't have his quirks. Granted, I don't have a nose, so I couldn't tell.
God damn it. But, no, I appreciate that, and hopefully once we help you out, we can also get a ship. As much as we enjoy borrowing yours, I still would like to have some vessel to call my own at some point, at least while here.
I'm just glad there's currently no way that I could get myself thrown overboard.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
please
don't
don't
throw
say
people
that.
overboard.
Please
We
don't
shoot
do
them
this.
out the torpedo tubes.
I am not a missile.
You do have a lot of metal, though.
Well, nonetheless, anybody want a drink? 'Cause Syndra pulls out a couple of reaches over and pulls out a bunch
Hand
of bottles
raised.
of rum.
You wouldn't happen to have any... Oh, nice, rum. Spiced? Non-spiced?
Your choice. Dark bottle, light bottle.
I'll
You
take
have
a dark
Stella
bottle.
over there.
Take a dark bottle of rum. It's been a while. So, like, for dark bottle, just so I, as a player, meta-wise, it'd be like Kraken, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And not black, Kraken black, but like the hardcore, heavy.
Yeah, I got you.
I will, if there's water available. Fresh water.
You feel like the entire crew kind of turns and like blinks at you for a moment. Like, what?
Then
I'm afraid we are pirates, so we have grog. So we have, well, we have sweet water mixed with, well, you probably
I
know
have a water
citrus.
skin. Just hands it to Elliot.
Elliot takes it, says, "Thank you," and then, "Thank you, Aura." And he looks over to Syndra and, as much as a crew as he can. I grew up as an orphan for an abbey, so I have taken up much of the acolyte ways. While there is the chance of indulgence, now is not quite the time for me to do so.
You hear Zan in the back. Holy shit, he is like her. I really hope he doesn't fuck up like she did.
Excuse me, what?
Even
Yeah, we gotta clear. Syndra kind of rolls her eyes a little bit, which is weird because she doesn't have any pupils. Yes, we had a when we were in Barovia, we had one known as, was it Arya or something? She was a cleric in Azamar. Yes. Orphan. Yes.
You
Kind
know
of
what?
crazy.
Find it odd that does. How do I put this?
It sounds a little too
Does
much like...
Ravenloft? Yeah, does Ravenloft work in coincidences a lot of the time, or mirrored selves?
I strongly refuse to believe things are simply coincidence.
He's looking at
My
Cinder.
understanding,
Sorry.
my understanding of the domains is that it's like a game. Bunch of different boards, different locations, all playing different games with different reasons. You have pieces and things that are always available, like Graves or the Lakes Lighthouse, or in some cases, Madame Eva. Piece that is functioning towards some good. And you always have a champion and a Dark Lord and machinations that are set to that little area. Barovia was one vampire's 26-mile span of shit. Seriously, he was a count, and his county was smaller than my barony.
Huh.
But that's without statement that that was an entire thing about its Dark Lord fucking with one guy who just couldn't get over a fact that a woman said no to him.
You see, Kyle just kind of like is laughing a little bit.
Even Elliot is kind of like rubbing the bridge of his nose. So how... So what does this have to do with me being similar to this Ara person?
Oh, Vandal was just talking about how she was a very good person. Very nice. Her corruption was slow. Too subtle. Her dark power was was a being that actually assumed by anyone in Barovia to be a good power. Good was a relative term. Just like we met the abbot. He was a solar. Do you know what a solar is?
You mean those high power beings that are almost second to their gods? A solar,
Yes.
truly. Actually, Elliot now looks very interested.
Do you know what an eclipse is?
Weren't those supposed to be the fallen?
She just kind of nods her head.
Wait. Are you telling me that
I think we said the story. Remember the one about the guy who was turning people into taking parts to make a bride for Strahd?
Yes, I just didn't quite put together that it was an actual solar. You said it was just an
He was
abbey.
when he arrived in Barovia, not understanding. That's why he could still bring people back from the dead and had all the magic and ability to steal one person's face and replace it with a dog.
Technically...
Indeed.
Why?
Oh, because he was trying to make a fucking sex toy for a Strahd to start, getting over getting rejected.
Is everyone in this place just lost their damn marbles?
Sexually frustrated?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, that too.
Well,
That's
after
it,
800
I
years
agree.
as a vampire, I'm sure there's some pent-up rage in there somewhere, except for the fact that he had Esha. I hate that man so much.
Huh. I'm starting to feel like this Ravenloft place is more of a gathering of the oppressed, the depraved, and I
Well,
believe
more
as
home.
Aura had just mentioned,
You-
sexually frustrated ones.
Oh, trust me, some of those ones get weird. But more to something you might understand. You know your history about Aslan Reigns. He ended up with an entire domain in his home city known as Necropolis. His dark power kept making him forget who he was. And anyone who ends up there loses their memories until they just believe they lived there their whole lives because the memories have been replaced. That is how it draws power, except something happened. And my understanding, talking to the alchemist, there's an interesting transformation where the mists are devouring that entire domain, which will be no more within a few years. But all the people there still think everything's perfectly fine, even if their neighbors are missing. But the alchemist said that there is a secondary plane that's even worse, where the ones who are even worse than what's up here get put. Which you'd think would be the hells, right? But I'm guessing it's far worse.
The abyss.
No. Not even that. Some darker other domain within the core. Someplace. I think he mentioned the word name Gothic Earth. Weird freaking name.
Hell?
That
How
sounds...
can Earth be a moody teenager?
Agreed. That's like saying a mountain has a mood swing, but... No. I shouldn't trespass that particular train of thought, considering that I've seen earth elementals the size of mountains.
Now that is interesting.
Thankfully, they were mostly still hibernating, but at least from where I originate from, magic was still quite in abundance. Hence why an individual like Warduke, despite being a mortal man, rose to be a very powerful warlord due to the absurdity of his equipment.
Orel's an interesting one like that. There are entire nations run by liches, and then there are nations run by dragons. And about every other Tuesday, there's some kind of horrifying apocalypse-level event that's about to occur.
You're not wrong.
Do you have Tiamat on your world?
I believe she is of some form of another, yes.
Yeah, right before I left, they were trying to summon Tiamat to our world to destroy it. That was fun. And the week before that, I believe there was something about storm giants. I really just tried to stay to the water.
The hell? Very good.
Tiamat is
Imagine
the...
a dragon with... Let's see, how many
What?
are there? The
Do you
blue, the
wish
white,
you-
the red, the green.
Do you wish to take that conversation, Miss Indra, or shall I? Seems like
No,
about
I
the
mean,
same.
if you want to cover it.
Concerning what you have mentioned before about your world, she would be considered the queen of the god queen of the evil dragons of the chromatic colors.
All this stuff is going right over Kael's head.
Yeah, but the fact that Kyle's been around Elliot long enough that the guy doesn't have a humorous bone in his body.
Oh no, she's not fishing for a joke. She literally is confused by all of this.
Yeah, and then it just adds
Although
she
Swamp
is...
doesn't have dragons.
Yes, from what I heard, which is why I tried to explain it on a level that she can both accept, but at the same time not be too worried about it.
Well, let me try. As she snaps her fingers, and you see this purple smoke, and then you see Ellie, what you probably would recognize as a red dragon,
It's still missing a
and
few
then
heads.
this little tiny model-like city on the table as the dragon comes in and just decimates it. That's a dragon, and that's a city.
Oh.
Except Tiamat is bigger with more heads, and
Yeah, it's like this one,
Create literal Tiamat.
like a little 6-inch Tiamat.
That's fucking hilarious.
Mm.
Rawr.
Elliot takes a look at it and he tries to remember all the mantle scribbles that
Actually,
he's seen.
Here's an actual
Except you
question.
see one. You see a yellow dragon head. But it's really derpy.
Here's an actual question. Since Syndra is making literal red dragons and dragons, how's that affecting Deckham?
Well, I was gonna bring it up.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
He always like exudes that happy aura that you all kind of got used to feeling, but like the second dragons start coming up, it's just that purple just shifting more and more red, and it stops. It goes straight back to purple.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that's what I
you-
meant.
That was
when-
weird.
That's an interesting reaction. Where are you from?
Ah, Jordoba. Probably haven't.
Oh, the way Merle's the cat.
Oh, right, yes. Her friends did quite a number to that war.
Yeah, that's what she says. I don't know how much I trust her. She is a cat, after all.
Are cats supposed to be untrustworthy?
Kyle points at her ears. As a joke.
Well,
Syndra kind of smirks for a second, leans back, takes a drink. Did she tell you how Margulius was able to pull you in?
No.
Not that. No.
something about her spells or something of that manner.
Did she, mention something about... I mean, have you fought any of yours and saved anything?
Yes, we have.
Did she mention anything about the stones?
No.
Let me look here,
What?
because I made lots of dumb notes, and I just don't want to go through all of them again.
I'm
don't
hoping
think
as a DM I didn't bugger this one.
No. She never mentioned anything about the
No.
stones, because
Being a Meyer, no, there's nothing right there. Let's see.
Because you guys did find a stone on Alexa Cross, right?
I don't know.
I did not loot the body. I just killed the body.
I don't think any of us did. We just burned it.
Oh. They were gonna just... I'm gonna retcon that and let it go,
Stuff.
and not remember it.
Yes, hold on. I'm gonna do that right now. Hold on. Alexa Cross.
Well, I don't think we looted her body though, Jeebus. Like we went through all her notes, but we were like looking at everything else but her body.
Hold on.
Because I don't remember taking any stones.
Oh, I could have sworn I did. that's it.
Okay. I'm looking at my session 4 notes right now. Let's see. We dogpile. Okay, so basically we damaged the crystals, moved things around to get past the shield. Deckham goes through some strange incident. Shield energy. We dogpiled on Alexa, quite literally. Nothing about loot so far. Yeah, we came across her research. Yeah, we literally just did not deal with anything with her body.
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, I gave the final rites to the people that died.
Alright, let's
And-
retcon that. I didn't mention anything about a stone. I think that was something that I had an idea for and I scrapped.
Okay,
Yeah.
because let's see. So the only thing I got here was like Aura sees a red dot, and then here's you ain't got enough shots yet.
Okay.
And we go to Xandal, and then to Alexa
That's
marking. so-
Alright, so she leans back. So we'll retcon that. She didn't mention these stones. So, right, she didn't mention that. Probably because it would piss you off.
Should we be worried?
I already am.
Let's just put it this way. She used to run with him when he first arrived here. It's a little thing she made that allows him to do that.
Are you fucking... Kyle now looks extremely pissed and looks at Ismark. And
What?
were you gonna tell us any of that, or did you not know?
I do hope it was on the latter, as Elliot is now very mad.
Yeah, considering she...
Zan who speaks up. Callisti is doing what she has to get us out of here. That's how she started. She just ended up in a wrong situation.
Trapping other people in here to help other people get out. Doesn't that seem...
No. That's what Margulis started doing with it. She created a device to get out. Back when we thought Margulis was one that wanted out. She just met them before she met us. It's not her fault that she got used. Well, at least that's what she says.
The problem is, and I will get a straight answer from her when we next meet. The problem I see here is that not only did she conveniently fail to mention this to us, but her methods are being almost ironically similar to that of Margulia using her, and she is now in a way using us without giving us the full story, like with the incident here with the graveyard, not mentioning that we had to trade things. I'd be a lot less judgmental if she at least came up with it up front, with at least some of the warnings and her dealing, or at least her accidental dealing with the scumbag. But it does paint a less favorable image of her if what Lady Syndra here speaks true, and your complimentary words to that statement adds more fuel to the fire.
Also, I believe the term you're looking for, to use your own words, Elliot, is damning.
Thank you.
That's the first time they're agreeing, and it's because now they're both pissed at Callisti.
He's not even arguing with that. It's like, thank you.
Bismarck kind of gathers himself. Look, the thing about it is that I don't know why. It's definitely not a charm spell, because I got this little trinket. But, she seems genuine, not only that, but I don't think she sleeps. She's been trying to put this together, and you have to understand. It's been almost 5 years since he did that, or kicked her out. Took that. My understanding.
What exactly is that? So we'll at least know what we're looking for, since we're probably going to end up running to him eventually.
Sindri leans forward. A map.
As soon as you see that, Kyle, it's just, fuck.
Not just any kind of map. You see, as she snaps her fingers again using prestidigitation, some magic. The smoke swirls, and there's you see an orb. Looks like a metal ball. My understanding, and what I've seen of it when I was in close proximity and scrying, it's a map that, well, Artabaxi acquaintance, as you all seem to be very agitated by this. She's quite the planeswalker. And she kind of motions, and he watches the orb kind of splits open and rotates, and you see a series of gems, like those maps of like a solar, you know, the solar,
Solar system.
the ones where it like shows the planets moving around.
Solar system, yeah.
Yeah.
And you kind of recognize this as something she showed. You know, she was trying to explain how the domains of dread interact with the Shadowfell and all the rest. She kind of showed you like a visual representation. back at the lighthouse when you know, first or second meeting to explain how you were, where you were. And, but you see, this one has an interesting thing because each of those little nodes has a little bit of each world on it, which is why she knows about Hollow Swag, or wherever probably all of you are from. My understanding was she was trying to travel through different worlds, gathering this so that she could. Because I guess she looks at Deckham. Jordoba has a weird scenario of having holes to other worlds. I guess.
Yes, yes, it does.
This is gonna be a weird question. But was the map split up into many pieces?
No, but she was still trying to acquire, what was it, essences?
And what
Pieces
are
of
those?
primordial power, the location, is my understanding.
I think I know what he took from me then. She looked at the rest. Or at least a piece of it.
I am a little bit confused on that part, or rather, I got lost after this whole it requires essence and such.
So, my brother, when... This is gonna get into some weird backstory stuff, Moogle, so I do apologize.
Go ahead. Have the floor.
So, my brother, when I was working around the docks and stuff, had mentioned he had acquired something? He didn't necessarily say what, and I was going to visit him the night after to look at it. But when I had gotten there, he was dead on the floor, and then a day later I was sent a lockbox. Don't know what was in it, and as you saw, Margulius took it. So, my current assumption is that it might either be a map to an essence or the essence itself that he had somehow gotten a hold of.
Ellie is just going to, if Kyle allows him, just place a hand on her shoulder, gives a somewhat comforting shake. Not a powerful or anything, but just like,
Yeah.
you have my condolences to the fate of your brother.
Is what it is. He's the only one willing to help me get out of that situation.
Know
The
that.
only reason why... Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, he kind of just steps on this one. Was like, know that if you need a friend to help against Margula, I believe, while I speak for myself, I also believe that perhaps Deckham and Aura will be there to help you.
My only question is, how the hell did he get his hands on a map to an essence, or the essence itself? She'll look at Syndra. Did it? Do you know anything else about that?
I mean, I know what essences are. On my world, if you get a hold of something like that, you pretty much bend reality. Unless Mystra gives you the the spellfire.
Are you seriously referring to the weave itself?
Indeed.
He had...
Well,
Oh, wait.
directly, the essence allows you to traverse the weave more directly.
The what?
Connection between all of the worlds. Magic. Power. Energy. Ley lines. I mean, what do you call them in your world?
Temporal plane, I guess?
I mean, it's part of it, yes.
And since you're referring to Mystra herself, the goddess of magic, then that's clearly the weave.
Oh yeah.
Well, the
Kyle doesn't know
spellfinder
that.
allows the wizard to do that with the essences, you know. I mean, it's a bard. You could probably sing it.
Huh. I'm still curious how the hell he got his hands on a map to one.
I mean, I don't know shit about Hollowswog other than it's a tiny little hellhole.
Usually was. Usually was.
Is it true the gods are dead?
She kind of like that thing with her hand, like so kind of. Relatively speaking, yes.
I truly do
But-
pity you, Kyle.
You grow up in shit, you get used to shit, unless you're getting used with shit. And it's kind of...
Yep. Everybody on the ship is kind of like, yep. Grew up in shackles.
I feel like my life was supposed to be much more tragic than it was.
Literally only one without a tragic backstory. He's a happy boy. I'm happy to be here. I'm just here, living my best
I don't know.
life.
I mean, Deckham and Elliot are like the two with the happiest backstories. It's just, you know, Elliot's like, I'm brooding.
Elliot is kind of relatively happy, though, because I feel like his world is kind of shit. To be fair, the way Hollowswog was built, I'm not surprised that Kyle's got a shit backstory.
Yeah, Deckham lives in the Industrial Revolution after the war happened. Like,
Yeah, my man be chilling with fucking everything. Meanwhile, we're
Yeah.
like, pain. My God. I'm sorry. Alright, sorry.
I think dinner's about ready.
it'll be a few.
Oh,
Get the
God.
gravy ready. Oh, do you need aid?
You actually see three, like, ghoul and alghoul heads, like, stick out of there and gas heads.
Stay the fuck out of the galley. Right.
They're
I
very
do worried
about that?
suspicious.
Oh, God.
He's gonna probably have us put his ashes in there when if he ever decides to pass on.
Wait, you're going to eat his ashes?
No, but he's probably just gonna have us shove them in a jar and put them in the back of the fridge.
What? Just throw him out to the sea.
Won't stay with the ship forever. And disrespect a man's wishes? How dare you, Kyle?
Excuse me, I am sorry that I don't want ashes next to my milk.
I'll label them properly and you'll be fine.
I mean, if there's enough
Oh,
for
yeah.
me, I want you cut into a diamond. I hear you can do that.
Let's... Oh, my God. You know, this is why I think I never got used to dealing with necromancy bullshit. So glad, Avu, at least the part I had to deal with wasn't that bad.
I mean, you did just mention that you were a vampire's fuck toy.
Relatively speaking.
I think
When she says that, you like see Ismark wince a little bit. Oh, Ismark, you were definitely her fuck toy. We're going to
Actually-
be.
Elliot was about to say something. They kind of like looks over to Ismark and Zara's like, "Wait, are you saying we're going to beat this vampire now or something?"
Oh no, I fucking killed the shit out of her.
Okay.
Or should we
You
be
had me
worried about?
No, I mean seriously, don't worry about it. She like, you watch as she takes off her glove and puts her hand down, and you see a like this beautiful ruby. Until you realize there's this rather buff woman screaming on the inside of it.
Oh my God!
Ah, I see.
Well, I guess you didn't kill her. It's imprisonment.
Well, they do say marriage is just another fancy word for handcuffs.
So I've been told by many of the
No.
non-married people.
Actually,
That's a ring.
if you... Never
I
mind.
wouldn't know. My marriage to Amana has been perfect.
I think that's a Spanish joke that went over everyone's head because you could spell wife and handcuffs the same way.
Uh huh.
I know.
Okay, just making sure.
Hello,
I love it.
I'm from South America.
True. That is low-key still one of my favorite jokes. That wife and handcuffs are pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
Just different accents.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Fuck my throat, actually. I think the bodies are starting to get to me a little bit, especially in this airtight box.
Sorry. Burn the toast.
How do you... Actually, never mind. It's not hard to burn toast.
No, especially when you're dealing with something that... You know, I still don't know how this works. Just these things get red, it burns, it gets toast when you push it down.
Why would they have toasters on a fucking U-boat?
You see, it's electromagnetic conduction.
I got no idea what electromagnetic conduction is. I just know it makes toast.
Sounds like some upper class bull.
No, it's just science.
Well, apparently
Yeah.
the hellhole this ship came out of, which I must say, for the way the crew was, which were undead as well, but my God, those terrible people.
Aren't most people that... God damn it.
It's from Call of Duty.
Yeah. Fucking Richtofen just chilling on the fucking mast.
Pretty much in a way, like the more you got, like, meta-wise, yeah, this was clearly a German U-boat.
No, I got that, but just the fucking Nazi zombie thing is the worst part.
Oh yeah, no, they were terrible. Just, you know, I thought the man who did half of my genetic whatever was a terrible person, and he is, don't get me wrong, but those people were just...
Now,
I mean, I've thought about committing genocide, but I never actually went through with it.
now, out of general curiosity, since we are going to Cicero, here's a question, because I actually forget. What had we been told about at least the Church of Ezra, or at least the name? Because that's where...
No.
Okay.
In fact,
Is there...
I was just gonna say Elliot would not know about the Church of Ezra because he is from the Church of St. Cuthbert.
Okay.
Ezra
No, I-
is Ravenloft only, or they originate from Ravenloft. So
I know. I just wanted to make sure before I word this correctly.
yeah.
So is there anything that we should be worried about? Because it seems like most people either tend to mind their own fucking business or get up all in yours. So is there anything we should be worried about at Cicero?
Well, let's see. It's a nice, quiet island town. The island's actually fairly... Well, it's only got one town on it for it in the Abbey, which is considerably large for the number of the population that should have been there. But, I mean, outside of that, it's a very sleepy little place, other than the whole people disappearing, and monsters, and the mist, and apparently the old abbot went missing.
God, I hope it's not another person just trying to craft the perfect body again.
No. I mean, I don't trust any of those religious types, to be honest, but especially of Ezra. Granted, I have run the gambit of followers of Ezra. Those are actually fairly nice people that, just want to help and heal and believe Ezra is the great savior who will protect us from the mists, as she says, like with quotes. And then there's the Darkon sect. If you ever hear Darkon sect of Ezra, run. Just run. Or murder. Murder the shit out of them before they can do it to you.
The Darkon.
Yes, there is a domain, a country called Darkon. And in there is a sect of the Temple of the Church of Ezra that is, well... do you know what an inquisition is?
Elliot
Yes.
Elliot now looks more annoyed, or rather, he just has a very notable grimace and just goes, "Yes."
Okay, imagine an inquisition, except unless you're human and perfectly fine, they're going to kill you. So, cat goats, no Dampiers. I honestly don't know how they would handle you, Deckham.
Most people don't know how to handle me.
And
Don't you
you,
just, like-
you're not humans, but yeah, they're gonna kill the shit out of you.
Oh boy, can't wait to meet all of them.
I really
So-
don't know how they would handle a Warforged.
Can't they just dismantle it piece by piece?
Oh, they probably would.
I am
Just
a person.
Couldn't Declan
Doesn't
just
mean they
Don't
can-
call
pretend?
me it. It's rude.
I said him.
No, you said it. I heard
I
you.
did. No, I actually did say him.
I heard it as well,
You
sadly.
definitely said it, my friend.
But-
You may have
My
thought
brain-
him, but it came out.
But Elliot's gonna add, couldn't Declan just pretend to be animated armor or a man in a huge armor suit? He looks like he
Well, they
belongs
would
to-
want him to take it off so they can inspect him for evil. As she quotes, does the air quotes.
Well, Declan, you can take
But
off your
I
head,
should
right?
say that they're just going to torture you anyway. I mean, I think that's
No.
just their hobby.
The head stays attached.
I don't know why. I just got
It's
that
quite
feeling.
literally bolted on.
The head stays attached.
I was thinking of something of like illusion magic to pretend you have flesh.
Oh, they
Yeah.
have magic. Remember that they're religious clerics and such. They tend to see through that.
Yes, and I'm not. Illusions are not my speciality. I deal in more combat-based strategic magics.
And here I thought that
I'm not gonna lie. I'm whole look expression on the face when they realized that my spleen was completely desiccated when they were killing me apart as a lich. I did it as a joke before I killed them.
Huh. And here I thought that some of the religious sects back at home in Ulrith would be more of a pain.
I'm so glad the only religion we really had to deal with was a bunch of yodeling bards.
This just reminds me of the Burnt Coalition.
I've seen.
Some
I've
Kuthrath
fight.
gave me strength. I made a pound to strike down some crazy zealots that harmed the innocent.
I hate fighting clerics. They can heal themselves.
Right.
Makes it quite frustrating.
Yes. My understanding, though, of Cicero. Well, they haven't given us any problem. In fact, we dealt with them. The new abatus is rather pretty. I mean, I
Fine.
guess that's something to be weird about. I don't know why I said that.
You said dealed with them. You mean just like trade deals, right? You didn't like actually commit a small siege and murder. I'm hoping.
No. They needed supplies, medical supplies, and we brought them in from Paradon. Well, actually, we went to Bell's hospital.
Thank you, though.
Well, hopefully it's not too far away. You said it was only a day trip to Cicero? From here? Give or take?
He pulls out a silver watch. Let's see, we've been going this long that about another 18 hours.
I guess it's time to get some sleep.
I agree.
Once dinner's ready at least.
Yeah, you see this, the ghoul, and he's pretty fat for a ghoul. Comes out and wearing an apron and little chef hat. There you go. Starts putting out plates. It's a lot better than you expected for chipped beef on toast.
Dude, I love shit on a shingle. That's what Kael's gonna call it. And as soon as she brings it up. I haven't had to get shit in a shingle in a while. God, I'm so glad.
Woman of class. That one.
Well,
I'm so glad.
it was definitely better than the rule that I used to have.
Deckham's face betrays no emotion, but his body language does, and he is disgusted.
I mean, we got.
Do you not
rules
like
for
SOS?
that.
No, personally, I'll eat anything that's been put in front of me usually. But I mean, Deckham was literally A, doesn't eat, and B, makes high class food. If you guys haven't noticed.
Oh no, Deckham, that's the thing. It is shit on a shingle, But the presentation is there.
The plating is fantastic. I love the off-center.
Yes. Oh, took a cup
Is
from
that
the
a
past.
spring of time?
Yes.
So glad it's called SOS and for a literal sailor. Such a great acronym.
It is.
Yeah, the secret's paprika. Gives it that little redness.
I was wondering why it tastes a little bit spicier.
Have you tried turmeric?
The fuck is turmeric?
Yes. Except, weirdly enough, even the undead even, he's got an allergy to it.
Well,
Yeah, most goblins are allergic to turmeric.
You know, back in Jordoba, that is considered a holy spice by some sects.
I'm impressed.
I didn't know my spices. I'm a chef.
No, that they would consider it a holy spice.
So, because Mariner is dumb, what the fuck is turmeric?
Root.
It's pretty much. Have you ever had curry?
Yeah, actually, no.
Oh,
I don't
well, it's
remember
what makes
now.
curry orange.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just the spicy kicked stuff that basically adds to it.
It's not
Pretty
really
good.
spicy. It's got a just flavor to it.
Okay.
One of the bad things about it, if I'm not mistaken, it leaves orange if you're cutting the raw one.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
It's an orange dye.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like orange dye number 65.
I will.
Yeah,
No,
it's-
like it actually has like it does.
I
taste
know. I was
very
making
good.
it.
Yeah,
I was
it
just
tastes
making
like
a joke.
a very strong, like, sweet potato, yam kind of flavor.
Yeah. Actually, I hate that. I hate sweet potatoes.
Well, it's
You'd have
you'll
to try
find
it.
turmeric in a lot of like Indian food.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a very it's from India, and in India it is like considered
it's like-
rather holy.
Yeah, it's like it's like ginger root in a way.
Okay.
Like, that's how it actually looks.
Okay, that's not that bad then. But
Like, don't put them in the same bag. You'll get confused and be like, I want ginger. And you're like, God damn it, grab turmeric.
okay.
I'll send you an image of
Welcome to Cooking with Mariner. I know SOS, but don't know literally every spice.
it. That's fine.
Oh, you're a chef? Name every spice.
I suppose I use this. I'll just DM this to you so you can check it on your own time. But yeah. Once Elliot has his late dinner, he's just gonna go ahead and go straight to sleep.
Yeah, I guess I'll go to sleep too in the cot.
How you like it, quiet boy?
It's fine.
That's right. You are a bit quiet. I wasn't expecting the quiet one on the ship.
It's just how I am, I suppose. I don't have
I
much to
mean-
say.
I mean, Zan doesn't speak up, but they make noise all freaking night. I.
God damn it.
Oh, so
Well, we
yeah,
get-
we should run in because I also need to get some eyes back.
Enjoy your night.
Well, if any of you need me, I'll be in the captain's quarters. Just ask Giles or pretty much anyone else around. If you get lost, it's easy. And Sin and Amarna kind of get up and move on. And Ismark and Xandahal follow. Right, so, you, bulkhead sleeper or, caught a hammock?
I just stand in a corner.
Right, corner sleepers. Jerry does that sometimes.
Why is there someone in my bed? Kyle while, just trying to kick something out. Like a hand just there.
It is a hand.
He's just
It
in
hit
the
the ground and it skitters off.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's where he ran off to.
I swear to God, this is why I hate the undead.
Don't worry about it. Granted, he gets a little handsy.
You know, I was really expecting that, and I have set my standards even lower now for this ship outside of the captain.
Why? We're a high-quality crew.
Watches as some of their skin falls off.
Baldy's about hot and soul, not about the body.
I'm pretty sure
I
half your heart
second
is.
that notion.
I'm pretty sure half your heart is in your head.
No, that's Actually, watch him. He's gonna. Nope, that's the brain. That's
God.
Good thing you don't need that when you like this.
I don't have one either.
You know, this is beginning to make a lot of sense.
Yep. So you guys are shown to just basic, cots and that are pulled between bulkheads and such, and okay, there's an occasional ones that like fold out of the wall if you want them. So, is there anything you guys want to talk about?
into the wall.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Literally, he's like,
Arms
yes,
crossed
my
and
home.
everything.
Yeah, my home, I have arrived.
Yep. Let's go that way.
Jesus Christ, man literally goes to coffin mode. I don't have anything, so.
I don't think I have anything. After, just probably annoying the crew at this point by just menial
Hello.
small talk. Saying hello to the same one 3 times because it doesn't have any distinguishing markings, so he doesn't know if he's greeted that one yet.
Actually, that's the problem. Is they're all very distinguishing because they all have some kind of tattoos, or if they're full skeletons, they've been detailed.
That's
Very
perfect
elaborate.
By tomorrow, Taka will know all of their names.
We're gonna leave the ship and he's gonna just say goodbye to everyone.
I thought we were supposed to go into a sleepy town, but I think at this point, Declan will wake up everybody once he greets through the team, the entire crew.
God, I
as well.
hope he doesn't.
You know I'm standing right here.
Yes.
Oh wait, he is?
that's exactly.
Oh shit, we
what-
were supposed to say that behind his
It's
back?
like the camera just pans to a dark corner, and then you just see the purple light turn on slowly.
No, Elliot was fully aware when he says he looks around. I was like, okay, there you are. I'm gonna say it now, Elliot. I hope you don't say goodbye to every single member of the crew. We might be here all day.
Why? That would be
I want to
rude.
True, but we are in a time crunch. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, about a time crunch, though. Since apparently time here is relative, I don't even know if we are in a time crunch at this point.
That is true.
I have made Mr. Skay late and several times saying goodbye to everybody in the manor.
How many people lived in your manor?
47.
That's a specific
You know-
number.
Apparently more than 47.
Oh, I was also just thinking on one of the Spanish channels, actually.
What, did you, see them all off before you would leave the manor? Or?
Yes, of course. Make sure if they needed anything.
I physically cannot fathom any of that.
I am both impressed, but also quite scared of your attention to detail there, Declan.
You all hear a voice from some corner of that there's blankets and stuff piled up. What, you don't know everyone on your crew? You call yourself a pirate?
No, I did. It's just, I always found it a bit. Put this. I don't know. I found it personally just odd, always saying goodbye to each one individually.
I would do that if I left the ship.
You are a better man than
As you
most.
watch it kind of like, you see the
Thank
small
you,
shape
Herman.
moving. You see the small shape move as you see this gold skull with these ruby eyes come out.
Oh no.
Seriously, I mean, if I left the ship, I would say goodbye to everybody. But, you know, just drift away here in this corner. Y'all talking.
Right.
I'm sure you are a valued member of this crew.
I am. I'm the backup of the engine.
Wait, you're.
I can shoot high fire out of my eyes.
I shoot lightning out of my faceplate.
You know, that's actually pretty good. I wish I could do that.
It's quite unfortunate when some ruffians pushed me down in an alley and, well, defense protocols, you know.
No, last time someone tried to push me down an alley, I shanked him.
Oh, I blew holes in their chests. Quite
You sure
unfortunate.
You sure you don't want to hang out with us?
Of course I do.
Looks at Deckham.
Elliot looks at Deckham.
I meant
What?
more long term. I mean,
Oh,
granted,
oh, no, I do apologize.
with the contract, and of course. Wait, what time is it?
I hope it's morning.
I don't even know. You've been on the ship and
You two ate dinner minutes ago.
yeah, I was gonna
You watch
say.
him as he goes over to a wall, and there's a little like flap on a pipe that he opens. Time check. It's 18:02.
God damn it,
Oh,
it's
so
very
early.
tiny.
Shit.
That means 6 p.m.
Yeah, I know what it means.
2, 3. Okay, good. You guys left one for the accountant.
Who's the
Usually.
accountant?
Wasn't that someone we're supposed to one of the options to meet, but we chose not to deal with? I think it was,
Yes, that would be me. As you all turn to the doorway, and you see about a 6-foot-tall talking fox with glasses, with a massive pile of scrolls under one arm.
Hello.
God damn it, Deckham.
uh,
This is gonna bite us in the ass someday.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, that was in character.
Why?
I see. As Elliot now stands a lot more firm and straighter now, looking the Arcana Loth up and down. I did not know that.
I see. A man of the cloth,
Yes.
as they call them.
Trust-
Well, you'll have no grief from me, unless you fail to pay on a deal.
Well, hopefully there won't be any deals or dealings. And there won't be any grief.
Well, in that case, being that polite company and all, you may call me Nephron.
Elliot.
You should be careful using your real name like that.
I didn't give my last.
You think we need it?
Usually for one who makes contracts, they need the full name. I'm aware.
Hello, I am Deckham.
Facepalm!
Kyle will just look at the Arcanaloth. You can just call me, at least for the time being, Captain. Will be a little bit easier, and I know also confusing at the same time, considering.
No, it's not confusing. But I have a deal, and I only call one person captain.
I see.
I think Cap is just fine then. Because she's definitely, like... I've dealt with some of your kind of deals and twisting, and I prefer not to give any names if you don't mind.
Listing. I don't understand that concept just because some of my... Oh, how do you put it? Contracts tend to have stipulations that you short-timers tend to misunderstand.
Yes, the whole read the fine print mannerism.
Oh, I
Or
don't.
word twisting.
No, I'm very concise.
Well, considering that the captain has shown hospitality, it would be rude to have any more unintentional grievances. Is there anything you wish to speak with us about? Or
If you wouldn't mind keeping it down, I have books to cover. As he goes, and you watch as he goes over to a wall, and it just hits it, and a bed that looks a lot more luxuriant than the rest of yours kind of pops out. And then he reaches up and grabs a curtain and pulls it.
How many damn people in this place?
I say the crew's 52 and a half.
How do you
But I
all
got
fit on...
stable.
Well, how many of you, outside of the captain, need to even eat?
6 of us.
Does any of that need flesh, or are you fine with just SOS?
Oh, that? I don't know. Crews make their own, and
wait, by 52 you're not including us, are you?
no.
Thank goodness.
Most people sleep at their stations, so don't sleep at all. So they man them.
I've only met 32. That means there's 20 more to find.
I would
You know, in
strongly
some ways-
suggest staying out of the engine room. They don't take kindly to people they don't know.
Maybe I could find an escort.
I mean, I suppose I got nothing better to do. Been a while since I've been down there.
Oh my god. This boy is too pure for this party.
I love
Until he
that.
goes until he goes into murder mode, then he matches the party fine.
He's currently in gentleman mode right now. So
You guys haven't seen Murder Mode since the
yeah.
fight that they saved.
Yeah, I know. That's why I
Yeah.
just find it funny.
It's why I just said gentleman mode EXE is activated right now. I mean, Elliot's fine with it. It's just, again, lots of things that normally he'd be working against, trying to kill, smite. He's surrounded by everything, and yet we're right now trying to be civilized and get to our objectives.
I feel like most of us are biting our tongues, kind of being like, man, I hate it here, but it could be worse.
Exactly.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah, shut the hell up.
Right. I'm going to get some sleep. I don't know about the rest of you. Aura,
Oh,
thoughts, maybe?
Sleep sounds fine.
Agreed.
yeah. Might as well, as long as I don't see another freaking hand crawling up the wall. She just like throws a psychic knife at one of the hands that's going. He's not trying to like hit it, but just kind of miss it.
As you do, you watch it bounce off the wall, flip the bird, and drop down. Hey, hey. They serve a very good purpose keeping the rats away.
Why are there sea rats underwater?
It's a boat. What do you expect?
Not sea rats.
They usually come in on shipping containers and when you get supplies in port.
They tend to come in on some of the crew, too.
Yeah, you know,
Right.
at this point.
We
Oh my
thought,
God.
Jerry thought he was having, like a second death because he kept rumbling, making all these weird noises, and we found out there was about a dozen rats in his ass.
Why specifically in his ass?
I don't know, they crawled in through his gut, or his stomach, or mouth, they said.
I never want to deal with necromancers ever again once I'm off the fucking ship.
Well, I mean, Jerry was hot. Jerry just has a habit of keeping his mouth open like an idiot. Granted, I guess because broken.
Jeez Christ.
He said they just crawled in there while he was sitting there having a break.
Oh, so it's like that thing where there's at least 8 spiders that go in your mouth while you sleep, except just more rats.
Well, he did eat a piece of pie thinking he could taste it still, but he hadn't had a tongue in years.
I've never had a tongue.
I kind of miss mine.
Have you not just thought of, like, taking it from another body and then sewing it into your mouth? I don't know how
I'm literally a skull that was been put in gold and has my eyes replaced with germs. I don't even know what I'd do with the tongue. Just fucking tack it onto my forehead?
Who knows? It might work.
Oh my fucking God.
Everything's worth a try, my friend.
How the fuck we've convinced a fucking skull to get a fucking tongue attached to his forehead?
Next time we see him, there's gonna be tongue stapled to his head.
No,
He's lolling out under it. He's like dragging it on everything. I don't know if it's working.
Can't tell. Don't remember what this is supposed to taste like.
Oh my God. Ugh. Oh, dude. They're killing me.
Alright, so you all have a pretty uneventful night. Morning comes. You awaken, there's breakfast in the galley again. It's scrambled eggs, bacon. Pretty straightforward.
He will wake up and like go down to the galley and wonder where Decim is. Decim is just standing in front of the galley door, just like, hello.
Good morning,
You know,
Decim.
in some ways. Oh wait, was he saying hello to the door or to us?
It was, but if you guys say something, he'll turn around. They still won't let me in.
Yeah, him and the skull are sitting there. But yeah, Jerry, as you saw, that's why he does that thing.
It's quite intriguing. I wonder if I could do that.
Oh my
Well,
God.
you'd have to have a jolt to be broken.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I'd want to have a goblin riding inside my intestines if I had one.
Well, he just opens up the chest compartment. I have plenty of space.
Can you shovel?
That'd be terrifying. Surprise, goblins, motherfuckers.
My fucking God. So how big is fucking, I guess, Decim's test compartment actually? Because I don't think it's been discussed.
I don't know. It's not. I mean, it's not super big. Like none of y'all could fit into it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't
Probably
figure.
like a small creature could make it could sneak hide away in there.
A pixie might.
Yeah.
Oh, so a tiny. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
You
I
know,
was
a
gonna
rat
make
might have a hard time,
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of moving parts, So
Yeah, no, it'd be sushi.
any
pizza
living
with
creature
avocado.
might not be living if I, have to do any actual physical activity.
Oh my god.
And Deckham, you have met a significant amount of the crew, and Jerry, as you come to find out, was a Goliath with missing his lower jaw.
Oh my god.
And he
He's a
does,
good
in fact,
body
just
trick,
stand
though.
and stare into a corner sometimes.
Yep, I'll eat some of the bacon and simply inquire when ETA on the island. And
That time you hear a familiar voice. The captain said, Sindra said about, an hour, as you all turn and see Zandahal. He's not bandaged. He is not using any kind of walking stick, and you see two perfect blue eyes where there was once bandages.
No, I'm
As you
glad
guys
I
look
was.
so well.
I'll take
I know my eyesight's fuzzy, but damn, some of you are ugly.
You're right, Deckham is ugly.
Fuck you, I'm a masterpiece.
Oh, okay, no, I forgot. Gotta blink.
He forgets how to believe.
Well, it has been 3 years.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to get your eyes back then.
As you watch him, like, like closing his eyes and stuff, and opening them again. Okay.
are you sure you're not just staring at the wrong
Ew.
direction?
He looks at Kyle. Huh.
Go on. Kyle's just like sitting there, like waiting, like say some shit. Go ahead.
I mean, no offense, I just
Go on. I'm
didn't
waiting.
expect the horns and the ears. And
You know, I also
he
didn't.
turns and he looks at Elliot. and Elliot, you can roll an insight.
Okay. Watch me roll for plot.
I got you, bro. Oh my god.
You know what? I'm gonna burn an inspiration just to re-roll it. I want to see what I get.
Okay.
Worth.
It makes sense for Elliot. This makes sense for Elliot. As he's kind of looking you over. Kyle or someone else can roll too if they want.
Why not?
Exceptional.
I used like 5 times tonight, and 3 of them have been one.
Alright.
What's up, boys?
Holy
We
shit!
do it.
This makes way too much sense. Oh, this is rolling for character.
Yeah, this is
Kyle,
literally
you,
just like.
you recognize that Zandahal is definitely looking over Elliot like, hello.
I
All
figured.
dark and handsome. In fact, all of a sudden you hear him under his breath. If I wasn't, it was Mark. Damn.
I'm just gonna keep that to myself because I don't give a fuck. Whatever floats your boat in this underwater cavern.
Well, that being said, I am forever grateful for this. So, if the time comes and you need it, you watch as he kind of reaches behind his back and pulls out 2 cutlasses. And he kind of twirls it and drops one. And he's like, "Yeah, been a while." Shit.
Well, now that you have your eyes, you'll be able to expertly use them once again.
Kind of miss the magic, but I guess I can still use what I got.
So what exactly do? Do you just swing those around?
Well, yeah, that's what I started with. learned how to fight. Use two swords at the same time, and well, I kind of found a book in a lake and started learning magic. And old Syndra there was gonna teach me more, but everything went shit show, so.
Oh. Well, at least you could see now and could learn more here. Plus, we're probably gonna be here for a while, so.
Well, if I'm understanding, they want to do a supply set, and then they're gonna head off to Paradon with a day or two. At least that was what she said. And if you're wondering, Ismark's in bed still. Had a rough night.
I know, I heard it. How
Damn,
big is
I thought I got in time with the freaking thing, or the rotors this time.
Points at her ears.
You're off by
Sadly.
0.2 of a second.
Yeah, you know, you can see if a Dragonborn blush in a very weird way, which is that their scales kind of bristle in a weird pattern. Right. I'm, really
No,
shit
you
on
two
that.
should enjoy yourselves while you have the time. Instead of,
I mean,
waiting on the shore for us to do whatever the hell we're doing that day.
well, I mean, it's been 3 years since I saw him. He's gone.
Wait, you mean literally, right?
Right here.
Just
Yeah.
clarify. Okay.
Had my eyes torn out by Kirad and stolen away. I ain't seen in 3 years.
Well, at least we were able to get them back. I'm still wondering why they were in a book in a random manner, but
Because that's Kirad's MO, and it was probably his last bet to send it to some other dark power to steal him away. Because I can tell you that would be the last place I'd go, and the last place I'd find him. I don't think he was
Sounds
gonna
like he
show
made a
up.
bad bet.
'Cause, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I probably would have found him up a friggin' Miss Warden's ass before I found him there.
I never want to deal with another one of those things again, but how do I have the feeling that we are?
I had fun with it.
We always do.
Ismark said it was a lesser.
So there
Wait,
are
how
greater
tall was it?
ones.
What was it, like 15 feet tall?
Yes, around there.
25.
Kyle doesn't know how to do that quick math.
I mean, I understand that there's the regular Mist Wardens, which are about 30 feet tall, and, well, my understanding is they can freeze the blood inside of you before you even see them.
Ah, oil has a lower freezing temperature than blood.
It's not that kind of freezing. Or have you not learned that about,
Shit.
Well, I was the only one that was up close against the creature.
For some reason, necrosis still works on me, and I have yet to figure out why.
biological functions of your Warforged design that allow you to function? I'm a learned man. I went to college. Why everybody thinks I am.
Well, apparently you didn't learn.
You watch him as he like
Yeah.
picks up a bread roll, and you see that for a moment there's there's like a little bit of a tear starts at the corner of one eye as he's like holding this bread roll, and you watch as he just slowly sticks it in a pocket.
Oh my fucking god. Well, I know that she'll sit. Kyle will say under her breath. She's like, I know one thing they didn't teach you at college. Kind of going back to eating. We'll leave it at that.
Well, anyway,
No, being surrounded by the undead, I have a question. Do you think I could become an undead? I've been racking my brains since we met that Cinder lady.
I'd be a bit worried if one such as yourself would become an undead.
I
Well,
think I would be Awesome.
Well, if I'm understanding from what Ismark said, there was a vampire at Warford.
I've heard about those. I thought they were just children's stories.
No, apparently you can be afflicted by vampirism. I hear
And
the terrifying.
lycanthropy.
Not that. It's lycanthropy. In my desperation, I thought about that myself once.
I mean, I'm kind of like, at this point, some mixture of that.
I mean, you ever seen a dragonborn werewolf?
No, but that sounds
No.
actually amazing.
So
I know, right?
awesome.
Kind of reminds
That's
me
what
of
I
the
thought
dire
too, but then
creatures.
it was, there was all this stuff about not being able to control it, and it was just wasn't worth the time, to be honest.
And then you have to join a pack.
You know a lot about lycanthropy.
I do, yes. We have had several problems with lycanthropes in my region.
Oh,
I don't suppose you know what types of they are, right?
Oh yes, the wolfen. Then there's the bovine, the ursine, and the feline. I have heard of several rare breeds of also. What would they be considered? Well, fuck it, lizards, lizard lycanthropes.
I did not know it was existed.
I'm kind of glad I know that they don't.
Yes, in a rare turn of events, instead of being weak to silver, they're weak to gold.
That just sounds like a dragon, but with just slapping it with it. Or wait, no, that's fuck. Don't know dragons. Brain's getting dumb. So you just.
I mean, you guys met or had the displeasure of meeting Virgil, right? That
No,
shit
but
sucker
everyone-
Margulis.
Everyone keeps talking.
The shark man?
Nah, he's what I heard, rat-faced.
Oh, the white-haired one that knocked most of you all out.
I was unfortunately knocked out by the goons.
I tried to set his Eternals on fire with my electrified hand.
That is true.
Yeah, had misfortune of walking past him once. I think he's some kind of smell, we smelled like. Yeah, he smelled like a rat's ass. I just assumed maybe that was him. But from everybody's description of him, it sounds like a bastard to wear rat.
Ah, yes, those weren't a problem in my area, but I do remember reading about them.
Anyway, I'm gonna go throw this bread roll in his bark and wake his ass up.
God damn it.
Right.
Yeah, you're ready. By the way, I guess she didn't really tell you, but make sure you're indoors when night falls there. She was telling us about it when she put my eyes back in.
So for the sleepy town, does it have a name?
Oh, let me see.
Oh, I thought the town's name was
Yeah, I know.
Sleepy.
So did I, but I think you might have misheard it.
You people always take things as literal.
Why shouldn't
Yes.
It immediately goes to a rum bottle and just starts drinking.
Damn.
Sure.
Just like
she'll-
Syndra.
Thanks.
Alright, so what
I
was
think
the
I understand why she drinks how she does.
so what was the name of the
She
sleepy
knows
town?
that she has never drinking water since she was 14. I don't know about the rest of you. That's what she said. She was drinking.
No, she failed to mention that. Though that would explain why they were all giving me a strange look when I asked for water.
I guess get back to what Elliot was asking. What is the name of this town?
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Meta-wise, I completely forgot to write one.
Alright, cool. This is where the players get to fuck you.
It's now Sleepy. It has to be.
Yeah, please name
Yeah,
it
alright.
Sleepy.
I will
But it's
start
like-
shooting out names right now.
No, it's Sleepy. It's like Sleepy, but spelled like S-L-E-A-P-Y.
That's what I was gonna say.
P-I-T-I. Yeah, I'll spell it
Yes,
out.
it's Sleepyville. There we go. It's actually
There you go.
Schlepperville, but
The babe. There we go.
you know, it's
Like
got that French or Spanish thing to it, but it's you know, everybody just calls it Sleepy.
I fucking hate it.
I just feel as soon as he says, yeah, it's Sleepyville. Deckham and Elliot both look at Kyle,
Yes.
and if Deckham could smile, he'd just be staring at you with a smile.
Elliot is
Turns
actually
to rum
smirking a
and is
bit.
drinking it even more.
Elliot is actually smirking a bit. It's like, yes, you were right.
I hate this.
Down
I
low.
want
I want to get off that.
Up high.
I hate this fucking party.
Alright, quick, windmill.
What is the
Please
windmill?
don't. We're in an enclosed space, and windmill will literally hit my breakfast on the floor.
It's just when you high five up and then.
I know,
full
I-
sli-
No,
I know, but
no,
we're in a
that's-
small space, so like going up and down might not.
And we're probably the two tallest people here.
Yeah.
I know.
I was gonna say, like, Elliot does not know what the windmill is.
He obviously hasn't played Curse of Strahd.
Alright, we'll get it eventually. Maybe when we have a bit more room.
Indeed.
Yeah, don't knock any of the food off. It's the biggest freaking insult to any of us.
Of course. Food is precious, valuable. It's a good resources.
No, I'm just really fucking prideful of my
It's
cookies.
just really good food, I bet.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
food is an art form.
You can't even taste the food. Yeah.
But I know art.
Do you?
That's
You
what
eat
you
my
call
cook.
culture warforged.
You've eaten my cooking.
Wasn't that mostly
Are you trying to
Callisti's
say
cooking
no,
with
me?
you helping?
No,
my
that
recipe.
was one cooking. I mean, the chicken waffles are delicious.
Mostly ate the muffins.
I mean, truth be told, I never considered the idea of putting chicken and waffles together.
From what I hear, it's called comfort food.
Is that why it tastes so good? And it felt really good having that?
Oh, yes, it's technically food, but it's also horrid for your internals if you eat it constantly.
I actually want some chicken and waffles now. God damn it.
Ellie kind of clenches and unclenches his hands, like, Then again, I never really did have to worry too much about my health or appetite, considering that I mostly survived on rations and gruel and, well, simplicity food.
Yes, do not worry. I shall be keeping your personal health in mind as I cook continuously. Except for Aura, you will be eating salad.
You can.
Leans in real
Those
close.
reasons we had no fucking greens.
Leans in real close. Watch me.
No dressing. We'll have to fight to the death.
Please don't do it in front of my fucking bacon. He's like leaning over the table.
Elliot takes another bacon.
He starts eating it aggressively, like.
You know what that
Decker
reminds
is
me of?
leaning like over Kyle to get closer to Aura.
You know what that reminds me of, Hexic? You ever see that fucking scene in Monster House, that gif where the guy like takes the kid's popcorn and walks out? It's that. Oh my god, this campaign some days, man.
We went from hyper serious to, oh fuck, we're gonna die, now to like, we're just ripping at each other.
I love is the Tragedy Squad and Deckham.
Pretty much. What is it? It's got the same. Not gonna lie, it has that same feeling that One in the Chamber does. It's funny. Like just everyone's fucked, but we're just all here getting along. Anyway.
Important to have the moments of rest before the tale begins.
That is a
Really?
strange looking castration. Castration.
Go on.
Crustaceans?
Crustacean, yes. This is actually Miser talking. This is Elliot.
I figured that was a miserism.
No. Elliot is the one who got tongue twisted.
I can't tell the difference anymore some days, Miser.
I know. I'm not putting that much effort into voice acting, which I should actually get more effort into it.
No, it's not that. It's just usually you get tongue-tied very easily, so I can never tell the difference.
Well, what can I say? I have a much longer tongue than normal, so.
Is that a skull with crab legs?
Shit, they saw me.
Hello!
You were very
God damn
loud.
it.
You were very loud, unfortunately. Strange
Beckham, please stop saying
frustration.
hello while standing over my fucking eggs.
Unless you're trying to give it some sort of flavor.
No, I don't want rust in my food.
I do not rust. You take that back.
Points at the smallest flake that falls off Beckham.
It might
Do I
be
rust?
salt.
No, you actually realize that was a blood flake.
Oh,
Ew. That's even
Sorry.
worse.
that might be Elliot's.
Even better.
I apologize. Considering my condition yesterday.
Oh, yeah, when you got hit, I was in what is considered, the splash zone?
I was yeeted across the platform. I believe that's the proper word for it. Yeeted.
Don't listen to Kyle when you talk.
Yes, thrown.
I mean, yeeted
Listen.
is a perfectly normal term.
No, it sounds weird. It almost sounds like I'm trying to say beats, but instead of using Y, yeets. Is there any sort of plants that ever called that? Is
Yes,
that
it's
why they
when
made a term?
someone on our pirate ship yelled out as they threw an empty rum bottle at someone and said, "This bitch empty yeet."
That sounds almost like yeast now.
That's what that's what one of us yelled when we threw a goblin across over to another ship once.
What's his name? Yeetus?
No. It was Charlie. He just ran up to the side, holding that goblin for it, boy, and said, "Yeet."
I love how two fucking pirate ships have different ways of how yeet was invented. Mine literally references the vine. Yours was literally someone threw a goblin because they were bored.
Oh, it wasn't overboard. It was in another ship.
No, I think because they were bored.
Oh.
It's too long for a gangplank. Throw the small ones. What?
No, they were boarding, not board.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's too far for the boarding planks. Throw them.
Throw the angry goblin.
Oh my god, I'm so tired, but I gotta.
All right. So,
Go ahead.
if we don't have anything else,
Good to go.
after a short while, you feel the pressure change as you come out, or the submarine raises out of the water into the surface. You hear through a system on the ship that you hadn't really heard. All right, we're here. All hands ready for docking.
Deckham opens his compartment, holds out 3 different hands.
Why do you have those?
Well, this one is a drill for combat. This one is a hand. This one is also my hand.
Why do you not have a vacuum on one of them?
What do you need a vacuum?
Well, I assumed you did help around the house.
Of course I helped around the house. We owned a vacuum.
Are those spikes on the knuckles in this one?
Yes.
Why does this one only have one circular portion right there?
Ah, because if I attach it and zzz,
Oh my god.
Somehow
Anyway.
hearing that noise effect of yours, Deckham, just suddenly made my teeth hurt. All of them.
Wait. Actually, mine's is getting dentist PTSD.
I don't like to use this one. It is quite messy.
No, this is Elliot talking.
I know. That's why he brought it up, because the quite messy would be, throwing blood and viscera everywhere.
Yes.
Question, just for my visualization, is it like the Big Daddy from Bioshock level size of drill?
No.
Okay,
It does
okay.
1d4.
Well, I still have that image in my mind though, but it's just not that thick.
It's pretty decent size. Like, you could think of a Big Daddy, just scale it down to just about
Okay.
wrist size.
I was gonna say little or big sister, but I don't think anyone's ever
No,
played
she
Bioshock
has
2.
needles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is
Anyway.
relatively scarier.
So, yeah,
That,
you guys go up to the top. There's the boat. Landing party is getting ready.
Deckham is nowhere to be found.
Deckham, stop telling everyone goodbye. You just yelled down below.
I only have 12 more!
Very well.
You really
Where
don't
is
want
that
to
left hand?
Oh, don't worry about it. It can't hear you.
By
Fine.
the way, I think we were told not to stay out at night during this town.
It is early
Fine.
morning.
No. This is Elliot asking one of the other people.
Well, Sin is there, and Ismark and Zandahal are even. Well, yes, you don't want to. The mist rolls in. Apparently, that's what the Abbey does. It keeps the mist from killing people. I don't know, something seems weird about it all, but
Maybe we could help them with that problem.
I mean, we're here for something else. I don't feel like.
And yes, if we want something from people, we will have to do them a kindness.
I mean, or you could just kill them.
No, we're not gonna kill
That
him.
is rude.
We try to save that as a last option.
Really? That's been option A for the past 3 encounters.
Considering that the past 3 encounters were non-negotiable and insane, lunatic also tried to kill us first, so that option became the palatable one.
I
Well-
distinctly remember Kyle and Aura ambushing her, but bygones be bygones.
Wait, who?
The first person in the mansion, you two just fucking wrecked.
No. I didn't do anything.
You mean the one in the
I
farm?
literally, I held my attack. That was Aura and
Elliot.
my brain. Elliot. Yeah, I held my attacks for the specific reason they weren't attacking us.
Oh, the ghost, yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was Elliot going in and I smite thee.
Because
no way
he,
of going-
No. I'm talking about our most recent encounter.
oh, the farm.
It wasn't a farm. It was a manor.
Yeah,
The
but
villa.
the one that Kyle and Aura blasted was in a farm or farm
No,
shed.
she was in a
Barn.
shed. She was a barn. or
Barn.
shed.
There we go. Yeah, barn.
No, she had her own farmland. It was actually 20 miles out. We had to walk back.
You're talking to an urban city guy who can't even distinguish between barn and farm at times. Just
That's okay, man. I understand your loss. Anyway, Google.
Sorry, Bogle.
Yep. So yeah, you guys get into it. It is a rather quiet-looking town, but you notice that there are a lot of houses that don't seem especially on the edges, something you kind of see from the shore, that it seems like the houses on the edges of the town are more dilapidated or boarded up. But go ahead and roll me a perception.
Oh god, we have a great track record with this.
Let's do it.
I'm waiting for Jeebus to roll first. There we go. Oh wait, I'm waiting for Jeebus. There we go.
Hey!
There we go.
You're too busy trying to convince us that yeet is an actual proper word to use.
How the turns have tabled.
I'm just gonna roll another one just for my own sanity. See?
I don't know, was Aura gonna roll, or did he leave?
Never mind.
Oh, all right, he's here.
Okay. Okay, so Aura, you notice that there's something just kind of not consistent. Elliot and Deckham, you do notice that as a whole it is the exterior ones, but you notice that there's some on the interior of the town. But there's also ones like on the far fringes and stuff that haven't even been affected by whatever this is, where they're now not lived in. And you're not, if this distance, you're not sure why. But it does seem odd that, they're just a house that, in a block that isn't affected.
This boarding seems somewhat selective. If we do need to investigate, we should keep that in mind.
I would say probably go to the tavern first. I mean, ours is with the portmaster here. But they tend to know what's going on, plus likelihood if you're here for, whatever. One of you had something taken and ended up here.
Supposedly my amulet.
Well, there's only really two places on this island. The village, the abbey.
Might as well check the village first in case there's something that's amiss going about.
Well, that's probably the easiest, considering you have to go through it to get up to the abbey. So, because as you look, as the morning kind of cuts back and you're getting closer, there is a pretty decent village. Probably, I don't know, 300-400 people, maybe more. And then it goes up, and you see this coming out of the mist on this mountain cliff ridge. Probably something that is only mirrored by, like, your own childhood, the abbey, and such that you grew up in. It is this massive building where there was probably, anywhere from 50 to 200 monks and clergy.
How ironic. It looks similar to the abbey I grew up in.
I mean, there's very distinct stylistic differences, but especially the giant cross or the crosses, but because that is canonically the symbol of Ezra. It's a equilateral cross.
Yeah.
Of course, it's perfect.
I mean, the Broom Sage Abbey was definitely a little bit more different, and I suppose the atmosphere itself was warmer compared to here.
So, just because I am generally curious, what the hell's an abbey?
Now Elliot started to look at Kyle in a
I
somewhat
didn't grow
disbelief
up in
manner.
a church.
I keep forgetting that small, minor detail. But the bluntest definition of an abbey is mostly a building community run by the clergy, usually monks and nuns. In a sense, it's usually also, the bluntest term is a church. It has its own grounds.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It has its own grounds, which is a difference between, I suppose, a simple building amongst a town or city. The Abbey has grounds of its own, which people would come in and out, visitors, for meditation, prayers, readings. Sometimes it would have classes there as well for those that are able to come in, or if the clergy are capable of teaching. It is a community, to say the least.
So is it like a gated society?
Gated society?
Well, it's the general idea of where there's usually no outside influence and usually only one area would be locked into.
I see. No, it's not exclusive. It is inclusive. It is also part of the community as a whole. The outside, as you would say, can usually hold gatherings or have their children or elderly come by for sometimes for food or certain celebrations.
I need to fill up my rum bottle because I'm pretty sure the captain's not gonna want me to keep taking off her stock. She kind of shakes her own little flask.
Perhaps you could repay her by buying her drinks and such.
Yeah, might as well. Which way to the bar?
I think we're heading that direction now.
Alright. You see her
Sitting
kind of put her...
point, middle of town, large building in this end of the square.
You see her put her hands behind her head. I just gotta start walking. At least it smells like a port city. That's for damn sure.
I suppose it does smell a bit nice.
It is very quiet. You see some people, they're not to be blunt, but they're pretty mild, standard looking villagers from what you guys can see, going about their morning chores, cleaning house, doing things like that. They look at you all because you are different, but if you want to roll an insight, you can.
Hello.
God damn it.
What's it?
Oz Deckham's saying hello. Okay. Of course. The fucking person from the church is the person that lived in the poor dogs.
Well,
This place has a depression on it. These people are... Yeah, it's very easy for... Deckham, you're just too chipper and think that everybody's just kind of sad and depressed. But these people, you very quickly realize it's not a disinterest in you, it's just that they don't have the will to kind of care at the moment. You can tell that they're just trying to get through the day. Like they're all just kind of waiting for something.
is it just me, or do they look, I don't know.
Depressed.
Out of sorts.
Yes, they're very depressed.
Yes.
They must be busy.
I kind of look at the people, then I look at Aura. No,
It's
back
a
at the people.
familiar face.
Very familiar. I don't suppose you may have some inkling idea of what's going on. Did something similar like this happen in where you're from?
I mean, just look around. This place is in tatters.
The question is why?
Ask them.
You're right. I should just do that. And Ellie is going to approach the hopefully nearest villager.
It's the one that Deckham just said hello to.
Yes. And we'll just ask, excuse me, but
Little old lady.
is there something going on today in particular in this town? There seems to be a strange sourness to the air.
She kind of looks you up and down. I guess if you're new here, you don't know.
Yes, enlighten my ignorance, please.
Well, with the abbot gone, the new abbotess has been struggling to try and keep the mist at bay ever since it started plaguing us a few years ago. We just all wait for it to come for us. The only one safe for the children, it seems. Thank the abbotess that she takes care of them, but I wish she'd let us in too, but I understand that the power of Ezra is how it works. Can't protect us all.
Wait. Are you at least allowed to see your children?
Oh, I haven't had children in years.
But of the children that are in there, are they not allowed to see their parents?
There's a grim look. It's not that they're not allowed to see them. The children come and go as they please. They just, well, I mean, other than making sure they're up there when the mist comes. It's their parents that are gone. She kind of motions across the street and you look and there's a building that has been boarded up. Those ones, the twins are up at the Abbey now, but it wasn't but a week ago the parents went missing when the mist broke in.
How far is that building that she motions me toward?
Literally across the street, so it's like 20 feet.
I'm gonna go up to it and investigate it. Or at least just the windows, or how boarded up is it actually, I should ask.
It's mostly like someone is trying to maintain it. But as you get close, you realize that this window has been all but torn out of the window pane. It's, you see the remnants of broken glass on the ground.
Alright, I'm going to make an investigation because what I'm looking for are... I'm just looking for the following. Claw marks or force of entry that appears to be done by something bipedal.
Okay, make me an investigation. Is anybody assisting, or
Yeah.
then please roll it again?
13's all I'm gonna get right now.
Well,
Luckily, the DC was very low. There are definitely claw marks. Big claw marks. But the one thing you are noticing this is how you noticed first the window was broken out, is you're stepping on glass. In other words, the
Right.
windows were broken out, not in.
Yeah.
I remember hearing it, but the mist was in. all we could do was pray. I'm glad that the children are all right. It was a nice couple. I don't know what this is, but Ezra, protect us.
Perhaps. Declan, do you think you can identify these claw marks here?
I could certainly try. What do you need from me for that?
I will let you choose. You will either need a nature, or an arcana, or a religion.
Dang, I cough loud.
I don't guess there's no way I can assist in any way, right?
I mean, if you want to look, you can always roll your own.
I don't
7.
investigate. Oh my gosh. What are my options?
Nature,
Arcana,
Arcana,
religion.
religion.
Why is it that my... Alright, well, nature and religion are both the same. Oh my god, all three are the same, so it doesn't matter.
I'll take
Yep,
a.
same.
I'm gonna take a religion.
I'll take Arcana, because I think this would be funnier.
Uh,
Oh my
Oh,
god,
wow.
guys!
good at neither. Fuck.
Well, you might be better off
I'm
than
good at
what we're
none
rolling.
of these. Let's see. So,
I'm just gonna throw that there.
yeah.
Oh my, guys.
We're not good. We're never gonna be good with plot. That's for
We
sure.
are fantastic at this shit.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting it to fail because the DC was very high, but I wasn't expecting it to fail that bad.
Wise.
I kinda did too.
Plot continues.
Ah, my friend, that's just a general carpentry mistake. Nothing to worry about.
I mean,
That and I mean those. I mean, actually, you know this is some kind of creature, but you'd have no idea what. But Deckham, you would notice this just because you are high enough. Whatever did make these marks wasn't necessarily having the same sized hands or paws or whatever was making them. The ones on one side of the window frame are bigger, wider spread. The ones on the other are smaller. But it's very confusing, but you do get the same idea that something was trying to get out, not in.
here's a weird thing, Moogle. Since I technically... God. I don't know if this would be hyper metagaming or not, but... I know I'm technically half a shifter. Is there any way that I could, like, get a smell of maybe the same thing of what I have with, like, keen senses or something?
You can roll me a perception.
Yeah. Give me one sec, because I'm gonna use my, is it? My psionic power to boost that for 1d6. Let me make sure I have it right. Are we 5th level? No. One more. Damn it. I'll roll 1d6 to add to that. 13.
The morning dew and stuff has kind of muted this. You smell blood,
Okay.
and because it is such a potent one, and you are a shifter, you smell beer.
Beer?
Fear.
Fear.
As in, you know, that the stress
Yeah.
pheromones and stuff of fear. Like, you smell that very specifically because it's smeared on the windowsill from whatever. And even then, you do realize there are, like, bits of weird, scraggly hair that doesn't match anything you know of, and
I'll take some of that, I guess, for
That's a
now.
fucking witch.
A witch.
I mean, that's just the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah, I'll take some of, I guess, I'll put hair
You
question
never
mark
heard the
in my
fairy
inventory.
tales
Oh yes.
of the
No.
witches that lure kids in with treats and all that, and they eat them?
You were
I mean,
referring to the hags.
it may not be that. I don't know how witches really work in this land, but hell, we didn't have witches in my land.
You're likely referring to the hags, which
Somebody roll me a d6.
I'll do it since I
Hex-
opened. Oh,
No, Hexix got it since he's the.
Yes.
God damn it.
I mean, what'd you expect?
No, this is great.
hold
It's
on.
great.
I just want to screenshot this because you both rolled that d6. It's just like
Well,
we
I
both-
rolled the d6 for my.
I know.
ability.
So let's just go over 4, 7, 6, 4, 4, 12, 1, 1. All right.
But
It's definitely been one of those days.
I do want to use my divine sense. While I'm here anyway.
Ping it.
I will. I am just gonna, because now I'm gonna get closer, as close as I can into the house. And where's my divine sense? No, that's divine health. There you go. My big block of text.
Oh my god. Celestial fiend or undead? Of any being you sense, but it's not.
What
We're
I'm
about to
actually
get-
aiming for though is like the presence or any place that is consecrated or desecrated as the hollow.
Well, you get all of that.
I know, but I'm mostly focusing on that part though. I want-
Okay, so
literally-
60 feet behind you, or definitely within 60 feet, you sense a shit ton of undead as Cinder's crew is loading and unloading stuff.
I'm
But
trying to ignore that.
that, is at the fringe.
Yeah, I'm trying to ignore that. I kind of figured that's the case. I'm aiming for the stuff within the closer vicinity.
Within the house and such, you sense nothing. However, as you do that, you hear a voice coming down the street. Oh. I see we have new visitors.
Hello.
God damn it.
I am immediately suspicious. Bolt right up.
She smiles. You do come to us at a dangerous time, but welcome.
Question now, and this is probably metagame part of me, or actually from my notes, but is that none similar to the one that I had that severely bad dream from? Or
You
Elliot
want
did-
to roll me a history at advantage.
Oh shit.
He's about to get plowed in more senses than one.
Oh crap.
God. Oh no.
Yeah, that's her. Damn you, miser.
This is what happens when you have someone who takes a lot of notes and actually remembers the key ones that are very character related sometimes.
Excuse you. Fuck off.
Oh man, I was about to say fangs, but I was like, nope, that's a different character.
It's getting to that point in the night. I understand.
Yeah, Elliot's just going to look at her, or at least now make his whole presence as he steps out. And just very calm, is like, who are you?
Otherwise, it would have been smart if I'd had turned my notes to the right page.
Didn't expect this early. Let's go.
I am getting to that part in the evening, too.
Yeah, trust me.
we are
it's-
about to end. We are.
No worries. I've been enjoying this, so it doesn't really matter. And before it ends with us just fighting her. I'm waiting.
And usually, I'll say it after this session.
Please.
It's just a horrible thought on my mind already.
I mean, my name is Sister Laura.
Okay, let me just write that name down.
It is good to meet you. My name is Deckham.
Oh, that's a unique name, and that's some very heavy armor.
Yes, it is. Fortunately, it does keep me safe, though, from the wiles of nature.
Well, we are in a dangerous place. I don't know if you've been told, but please try to stay indoors, especially when the mist rolls in.
Oh, absolutely. Is there a safe place you can point us towards?
She kind of looks at everyone. Well, usually the tavern, but I believe it had some problems recently. You might check there, but I mean, we don't really have much because we're helping with the children and the orphans.
Where are the children, anyways?
She kind of turns and she's holding a basket, but she points up the hill. We have them up there at the Abbey. It's the safest
You're
place.
new. Might we take a look around? I heard you've been doing great deeds. Maybe we can help.
I mean, we won't turn away help, but you'll have to speak with, the abbotess, Evelyn, before we can do anything.
And she's inside?
Yeah, if you'd like, I can just have a few things to do here in the market, check on people, but, I can
Quite
come
cool.
back.
Do you mind if I just show myself in and I'll find her?
It should be fine.
Thank you. He makes his way.
It's the first time I've ever seen Aura avoid a bar.
I'm more surprised that Aura can actually talk more than just a couple of sentences. That being said,
Well, let's ride this train. Everybody move!
yes, I agree.
God,
But
been forever
I'll
since
just
I've been on a train.
I'll
Just
just
hops
look
off.
over to Sister Laura, and I'm just gonna ask another question to her if she's still within range of conversation.
Oh, she's just standing there as you guys walk past.
Ah. Alright, well, I suppose I stand probably about 5 feet away from her. And I'm just looking right at her, I was like, this may sound strange, but have we met before?
She looks you over. I don't believe so.
Then it must be the kind of gestures toward the mist playing tricks upon me. Elliot Ptolemy.
A pleasure.
Just gives her a quiet nod and resumes walking after the group because quite a weird encounter, but also more surprised that Aura is talking and actually avoiding a bar.
And I hope the church has a bar.
Jacob is actually gonna turn around.
Do you need any help with your chores? I would be love to give you assistance.
Sure. I just need to check on a few of the people who are might have been hurt last night. The mist was really bad.
Absolutely. Everyone, you can go up ahead. I'll just aid the sister here and be up with you momentarily.
Understood, Declan. If you need any particular muscle help, just fire a blast in the sky. We'll see if we can catch up to you.
Oh, I don't think anything like that's going to happen until the mist rolls in.
Well, just
You
so I
never
have
know.
a general
Things have been acting weird around us as of late.
Just so I have a general scope, how far is the Abbey from the main town about?
About 2 miles, mile and a half. About 2 miles, yeah.
Could run that.
Well, it's 2 miles from where you are.
Debating if I want to stop in the bar before I go to the Abbey. At least grab something and then probably head up. Then meet up with Deckham and then look at Aura and Elliot. And I'm just gonna go to the bar. Like I said, I still kind of get some alcohol refilled real quick. I'll meet you guys at the Abbey and I'll meet up with Deckham then. So
Perhaps, for sake of security and safety of mind, maybe catch up to Deckham first and then meet us up at the Abbey.
oh, I plan on it. It's no big deal.
I'm just saying, just in case, it's call it a hunch.
He touches her head, kind of like that 2-finger salute, and she's like, and then you hear in your head, "Don't worry, fine."
I don't trust that sister. I do remember the mentioning of my dreams back when we were at that lighthouse.
Yeah. That's why I'm just making sure Deckham doesn't get in a pickle. And they'll just head back the other way to go, with Deckham.
Thank you.
They all talk a lot.
No, that's technically in his head, so it's not out loud.
Oh, that's just a comment he'll say in general.
Wow.
That's what Elliot hears when he approaches Aura.
I don't speak much because I don't like wasting my breath.
That's fine.
I'm not going to waste time speaking about sex slaves and muffins and stroopwafels.
I thought you liked the chicken and waffles.
I was intrigued. I lost interest.
Hmm.
Side of conversation is just not important to me. Now that we're at something useful, I can chip in my words. Where are the children? She said upstairs, right?
At the Abbey, there's the abbess that's watching the entire place.
Alright, she'll come to us if we're walking the wrong direction. I'm just gonna start walking around.
Elliot's gonna go straight to the Abbey. To the front door. And, how's the front door looking?
Okay, so you guys are up at the Abbey?
Yeah.
Okay, before we get to you, we're gonna handle Kyle.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Which I just need to set up the map. So derped on that one pretty hard.
Happens to the best of us.
And I'm trying to find a picture of someone.
Oh, God. If it's who I think it might be, I might actually punch someone.
I don't know, maybe.
Actually, I need to check how long my psychic whispers are. Oh wait, I also have to roll d6. Oh, Miser, we gotta make sure not to be outside of a few miles with each other.
Elliot might not remember that clearly.
That's fine. It'll only last for an hour anyway, so probably more. Thankfully, it doesn't waste any of my die.
I really hate Pinterest right now. It's always asking me to sign it anymore.
That's just the default thing it's been doing. Oh boy.
Well, it's doing this new one where it's putting an overlay over an image when I go to save it.
Oh
So,
yeah.
like, not allow that.
I see. They've become NFTs.
It's the way it feels.
No, it's been like that for a bit.
Ah, bloody hell. I'll just describe them.
That's fine.
I have the image for one. I'll just pick another one next to them. Just need to get to my library where I had it. All right. Get you. Put you on the map. There's the front door. And we're just gonna have to imagine there's another person there. So, you enter this bar. It is dark, quiet, pretty standard. The only thing standing out is this couple that are standing out, especially one of them. Because she's a gray tabaxi with green hair.
What? Interesting.
And sitting next to her is what you might see is a 15-year-old boy, dressed pretty well. You know, vest, tie, button-down shirt, pants. The thing you notice about both of them quite off is they both have a revolver on their hip. He has some kind of metallic-looking bullwhip. He's got a pretty fancy-looking stake, like wooden stake. And they're both sitting there trying to convince the bartender that he's old enough to drink.
I'll just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm definitely old enough to drink. I've drinking all my life, all the time in my previous life.
Yeah, Kyle's just gonna walk up, just look at this for a second, and be like, huh. I'll have whatever that one isn't taking. She'll hand. She walks up to the bar.
The tabaxi kind of leans over. Well, that's our first time. And I thought I would always be the interesting one in the bar.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I not? Kind of points at all her burns. So. Well dressed enough.
No offense. I'm just saying, I mean... She, like, motions to herself, and then, like, to everything else around her.
Really?
You know, tabaxi, bright green hair, Cyclops, when she moves the hair out of the one outside. And you see
I've
an eye
seen
patch.
I've honestly seen weirder. Which is kind of saying something.
You know, I can say the same about you. That's the weird one, too. Then again, I'm circus folk, so what do I know?
Oh, so that's one
Oh
of
my god, would you shut it? It's snowy. Knock it off.
She'll kind of look over at the bartender. Just some rum if you have some, and she'll hand him the flask.
She moves around the younger guy who is now just looking at her like, are you serious? And kind of sidles up like, not uncomfortably close, but definitely not pushing the boundaries.
Oh, don't worry. My wife's something.
So, I'm guessing you're, not native.
No, but I do feel like there's probably about a 6-inch knife going to prove that I would like my personal space, please. As she's saying that, she has one hand on the bar and the other hand just has, like, the psychic knife just kind of jutting from her hand. Not, like, poking her, but, like, close.
She just gives this, like, really smug smile. Oh, but I would like to try it out in a sparring match. I'm not in the mood for that today. But I guess
trust
the
me.
points are not into me. I'm okay with it. I've had that effect before.
No, I don't like the fact that... let's just say I've been down that road before. Not fun. For either party.
The boy kind of moves around, slicks his hair back, which is... He's kind of got a disheveled look, and he's not hitting on you. He just moves in. You get this feeling that he is a significantly older gentleman in the body of a 15-year-old.
My fucking god.
I think the whole thing, Snowy, is that we should introduce ourselves to outsiders before we try doing that. Hi, Buzz. Uncle. He extends a hand. Rudolph van Richten.
God damn it! Ricky. Come back to haunt me. Damn it. Kyle, you hold out her hand.
Well, if you haven't heard of me before, I am an expert monster hunter and vampire slayer.
Can I ask?
Please ignore the fact that I look like a 15-year-old boy since my first life.
Can I ask what you're doing in this town then?
The Tabaxi kind of leads over. We are hunting a vampire that's gone missing. Well, a lead on a vampire that went missing, and then we find a whole village that's being racked by some kind of problem? Issue, you know, the monsters in the mist, yeah.
I mean, if you need any help, there's a few others that might be willing to assist you to find it, but currently that's not
more
my
importantly, why are you here?
insight something. Yes. Traveling through, that's really about it. Trying to find the thing here and there.
And you're welcome to insight.
Insight and deception, because I'm technically not wandering through. I know exactly why I'm here. Where's my deception? Oh my god. Let's go! Rolling for plot. Can know what they're saying and lie to.
The boy is genuine. She's hard to read, but you do feel like she's being genuine at the moment.
But at the moment, I'm just here to get a drink. If this bartender wouldn't take forever, she's kind of looking up.
I guess the other question is, how did you get here? Not many people come out here.
Just met an old captain friend of mine. Said she needed some help. Do I have to roll deception? Technically, yes and no. Cinder did bring me,
Kinda
but
thinks- Well, she kind of sits there. Captain Friend. I mean, just out of a weird question, it wasn't, you know, dark-haired woman with the submarine, right?
if it was, am I about to get a bullet in the head?
She kind of looks around, thinking. I mean, if it was Captain Syndra, no. If it was another one, maybe, depending on who.
No, it was Cinder. She'll say she's just kind of waiting.
Oh, great. The necromancer's here. And you hear the guy, you see the boy, he takes it, he finally, like, grabs the whiskey off the counter and just slackens it. I hate that she is actually one of the good ones.
It's the thing that'll surprise you is sometimes the people that you think are the worst, usually the better ones.
Oh, you're right, because, you know, I hunt vampires. They're like the worst things ever.
Well, at least that's something we agree on. You wouldn't have.
She didn't bring a white dragonborn with her, did she? Is she? You see this, like, really coy, like, playfulness to Snowy.
You mean one missing their eyes? From the bandage around?
Yeah. And she bites
Nah,
her
sorry.
lower lip.
Nah, sorry, the one I know actually has his eyes.
He got his eyes back. Boom. You watch her tabaxi sprint as the bartender's like, hey, you... And Van Richten just pulls out, you know, the money and pays. Don't worry, I got it. Anyway,
No, and
we're
I-
going to keep you our investigation.
If you find anything, information, or I find anything, I'll let you know.
Just be careful, I'm not sure what's going on around here. But it is a lot bigger than just a vampire, I think. Considering that's why we're here, is looking for a bloodsucker. It's weird when one goes missing and actually one is the better ones.
Well, good luck with your investigation, small child.
You know you look like a 14-year-old, right? Because he just takes it, like, slams the drink, puts it on the counter, and just walks off all, like, flipping you like some... You can imagine that it's the bird.
And even a child can't insult me the right way. He's still just waiting for...
Yeah, he's a slow bartender, but yeah, he takes care of it.
Okay.
But, that'll be, 5 copper.
I'll just give him a gold because I don't want to split everything. Like, here. Probably needed it more than I do.
Well, there went the economy.
How I broke the game. How we've caused the people to revolt.
Do you need anything else, Miss?
Just any information that's probably happened over the past couple years or so.
Just the same old stuff. Till the mist started taking people, killing parents with horrible monsters. 'Cause that's what I heard. I've seen a couple of them out there in the mist, all weird and misshapen and scary as fuck.
Well,
They leave the children though, but that is until they start coming for the children. That's why they started keeping them up at the Abbeys. First the parents get taken, and then the monsters come for the children.
Well, thank you for all that, and I'll enjoy this. But she kind of takes her flask. I'm sorry to interrupt any other customers. She looks at the very dingy, empty bar.
You see like one guy, and you're not even sure if he's alive or awake. He's just like, there's a fly floating around him, and he's got the same expression that it just says, "I'm too drunk to think."
Understandable. Probably should go meet my friend in armor. He's probably doing something, or just greeting every person he's walking into, so...
Hello!
The fuck up. And I
Deckham?
just get the hood up.
Deckham, just for your sake.
Yeah.
What you go through is, it is pretty straightforward. There are no, like, problems or anything weird. She comes across a couple of people who have been injured, and she heals them. Everything seems, on the level.
Awesome. I mean, Jacob's just probably annoying her at this point with all the small talk, wondering what's been going around the city, what she thinks is going on in the mist, but we don't need to go through that.
Alright. I mean, as far as you can tell, she's just doing some rounds and doing, good work, She'll use healing spells. She's clearly got some ability with that.
Yeah, he's just, mainly he's just kind of using this to build up a rapport with her. Maybe he could talk to her about, things later.
Yeah. Alright. So then we will move. I don't know why this is showing weird to me, so hopefully everybody's tokens where they need to be. Boom.
Ooh.
Elliot and
Darkness.
Aura.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, there we are. Okay. You come up to the door. This abbey is a pretty solid abbey. Definitely built to be both a semi-fortification and a place of worship. Mostly in that it's very heavy Gothic art, or that Romanesque architecture. So it's kind of think like Westminster, where it's got all the little like arms coming off of the buttressing and stuff.
The
The high
doors.
towers, the domes.
The doors are hard steel, I'm guessing, or metal.
Yes, they're ornate brass.
All right, I'm just gonna knock. Visitors.
Just a moment.
Looks to Elliot.
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead. You hear her running, so you hear shoes click 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 click. click.
Oh.
And she opens the door. How can I help you?
Right. I am Elliot Ptolemy. This is my associate, Aura, and we've been hearing some trouble's been going about this village. So came to check out the Abbey in case you're in need of assistance.
Oh, well, you'll have to talk to Abbotess Laura.
And your
Or
name
not
is
Laura.
Sister?
Abbotess Evelyn. Sorry, I am getting tired.
Yeah, it's already getting pretty late. But Elliot would just ask, right, Sister Laura had made a mention of that. And you are Sister...
It's on the right page again. I'm Sister Sammy. Or Samantha. Most people just call me Sister Sammy.
Samantha.
Sammy.
Right. Is it possible to speak with the Abbotess today? Or soon
Yes,
right now?
please follow me. We were just finishing up some cleaning.
Thank you.
As she leads you straight down and through empty pews. I mean, everything here is very clean, very kept up.
So as I'm getting closer, like up to right there, I'm going to use Divine Sense just to make sure that the area that we're in is consecrated and not desecrated, I would hope. Because that will be my second one as I'm just walking forward.
Roll me a religion and an insight.
Ooh, okay. I will do just that. First, religion. And it's the one time I wish I did not just carelessly burn my inspiration, but that was my own fault. And what was the other one?
Insight.
Insight. I'm rolling for plot, guys. Oh.
Hey, decent roll.
This place is consecrated, but you're not sure if it's because it's to a totally different god than you are used to, but it is very heavy. But this place is definitely consecrated. And as you approach the altar, you see this woman. She turns and she looks at you, Elliot.
Now, does she look familiar from the dream?
You only saw one person in your dream.
Ah, because I'm wondering if she looks similar to the other one, so I was like, maybe I made a miss thoughts.
Or as
No, this she's old enough. You know, I mean, she's older than
Laura.
she's got to be in her late 30s.
Okay. I just figure I asked as this would also be Elliot doubting himself just a brief moment.
And she kind of turns, looks at both of you. Welcome to the Abbey of Ezra here on the Isle of Cicero. How can we help you?
Yes, I also look over to Aura. Would you like to say something first, or shall I?
Where are the kids?
Right now? She kind of turns and looks at Sammy, or Sister Sammy. I believe they will be having morning prayers over in the other chapel. However, I must ask why such a unusual outsider would be interested in the children of our village.
Because your village is interesting. All of the children are in one place while the others are in different circumstance.
Not all of the children. Those that still have parents or family are still in the village. We only take the orphans here, protect them from the monsters. Through our prayers, we can keep the mist away.
Do the monsters still come despite the mist being, quote, gone away, pushed away?
She sighs, and you can roll an insight.
I'll assist.
She has a very exhausted expression as it's hard for us to keep up the prayers. We do our best, but ever since the abbot has gone missing, we believe he was affected because he went out into the mists to fight it and hasn't returned. Our numbers here in the abbey have dwindled significantly. We were once almost 100 strong, and there's now only 10 of us. But we do what we can to keep vigil here.
The mist took them.
Some of them left fearful of it. Others, yes. The monsters grow in numbers, and all we can do is pray.
I see. Although I was a little bit late on introductions, I am Elliot Ptolemy. This is my traveling companion, Aura. We thought we could at least be able to assist you in some way, or at least help bolster the defenses of either the abbey or at least the village. Maybe find some sort of route to this mist problem. Right, well.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, and Meredith says goodbye to his internet. Oh boy.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
Well, that's a good time because we've gone an hour over, so well, perhaps, but be remiss to put you in danger. But if you are here truly to help, then you are welcome to stay. We can make room for you, and well, we have extra rooms in the quarters for the monks.
I suppose I should ping this then.
Won't be necessary.
I'm not sure how helpful this really is, but shelter of the faithful.
After a moment, she kind of steps forward. Are you a follower of St. Cuthbert?
Yes. I grew up at the... Oh, excuse me, my throat. At the Broomstage Abbey.
I'm afraid I don't know that one, but
You probably wouldn't.
I have met people of the faith of St. Cuthbert. You are welcome here, and if you have the ability to aid us, then it will be welcome.
I'll offer whatever services I can to aid. I'll look over to Aura and simply ask him, Aura, would you mind checking on the others? I know they might be on their way here, but it might be a good idea to inform them that there might be some rooms here, perhaps.
I'll fetch them.
Thank you. Now look over to Apatus, Evelyn. We have two other companions of ours.
We have rooms. Do not worry.
Thank you. Looks around. If you do not mind, I would like to see the children as well, being that I was raised as an orphan myself. I would at least like to see how they're doing.
There's a question, is the great sword out in view?
It's on his back, along with his other great sword.
She kind of looks you over, and then her eyes kind of rest. You see her eyes rest on it. That sword looks very familiar to an individual that came through here a long time ago.
Elliot kind of tilts his head a little bit.
Please, this way.
Right.
And that is where we will call session as she begins leading you towards some of the rest of the area. And I'm going to call it there because I don't have a bunch of children icon tokens to throw down, so...
No problem.
And I am sorry we went so much longer than I expected, but heavy RP sessions. And... I don't know, I feel like it, but welcome to the next level.
Woo!
Oh.
Look at those spells!
Multi-attack!
Oh
That's
yeah, multi-attack, you're right.
That's scary.
Oh, right, that's
I'm
right.
terrified that we just leveled up.
You're gonna need it.
Yeah, you thought we were level 5 in the last fight.
Yeah. You still survived.
God.
Which means I can up the creatures I have ahead of you. No.
I mean, I got.
Finally, I can take an actual lightning spell.
Oh wow! I got two level 2 spells now. To get to use.
All right. So I'm Goth Moogle, the DM for the night. As usual, you can find my information for my commission info below at chaosparadox.card.co. Let's throw it over to next Mondays with Jeebus.
I'm James Dingus on Twitter and YouTube. You can get ready for another heavy RP session next Monday as the party gets to go enjoy Moradin's Fist or beat the shit out of each other, whichever one comes first. I will throw it over to Miser.
Hello, everyone. This is the Dampier Blade joke. Anyway, Miser Mark here. I play as Elliot Ptolemy, and I'm also the DM for Into the Wildlands on Sundays, which is currently being very combat heavy, but that's how it is. You can find my content and stuff on Miser Mark 2010 on YouTube and Twitch. Same name, that stuff. And you can also find stuff that I'm part of in Jeeves Dingus and Transpace Mariner's YouTube and Twitch accounts. And I will hand it over to I hand it over to Mariner. Man, this is gonna be a long night.
Hi, I'm Mariner.
Oh wait,
Mariner,
Mariner's not here.
Taking a break.
Mariner's internet had died literally minutes ago.
Oh wow.
I
Great.
think it's Transpace Mariner and EIEM Mariner on things, and you know what? Jeebus will just throw in links. So
Yeah,
Links are already there.
yeah, links are
Great.
there. Great. Sorry, but like
Hello, it's okay. Hi, I have internet. I play Aura Morris in this campaign. On the next campaign on Monday, I'll be playing Odin, the human healer. I do not have any social media, but if you want to find me on any kind of internet area, I'll probably be streaming with Jeebus. That's the only time you really find me. And yeah, that's about it.
all right. So thank you again for joining us for session 7 of Sea of Sorrows. Again, this went an hour longer than I expected, and I shouldn't have, but hey, we're here. So good night.
good night, everyone.
Catch you in a couple weeks or a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,